Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, can you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Douglas Hart, H-A-R-T.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am currently employed as the Chief Deputy for the Canyon County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff is the elected official. The Chief Deputy is second in command underneath the sheriff.
How long have you been at the Canyon County Sheriff's Department?
Approximately 8 months.
Okay. How long, where were you before that?
From 1995, September of 1995 through September of 2022, I was employed as a special agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Can you give us a little bit of information on your background as a special agent with the FBI?
Certainly. I attended the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and graduated from the Academy. My first assignment was to the Honolulu, Hawaii Division. I was assigned to the Organized Crime and Drug Squad. So during my time in Hawaii, I specialized in long-term, complex, multi-subject investigations. We did a lot of conspiracy cases. I got my first experience in homicide investigations in Hawaii. We had 2 homicides that my squad investigated that took place on military installations in Hawaii. After 5.5 years in Hawaii, I sought out a relatively unique assignment in the FBI.
Which was?
Wherever there is an Indian reservation, you will find a small satellite FBI office. At any given time, 2 to 3% of the FBI are designated as Indian country agents. That assignment is unique in that most persons' crimes don't fall under federal jurisdiction. However, for Indian reservations, the FBI, along
Judge,
with
I'm going to object to that. This is irrelevant information that he's giving, just to bolster his own credibility.
Well, Your Honor, his experience and access to direct investigations into persons' crime is relevant, and it goes to lay a foundation for the findings and observations he made as one of the primary investigators in this matter.
All right. Well, I understand laying the foundation. I think at some point the detail might become additional than we need for just foundation for this particular case, but I'll overrule the objection at this point, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you were discussing about your investigative background in various Indian reservations.
Yes.
What else, what other experience did you have as a line investigator in those territories?
So I spent 7 years on the Nez Perce Indian Reservation working mainly violent crimes and persons crimes. I investigated a number of homicides and related crimes.
Where did you transfer? You said you spent 7 years. Well, you were with the FBI longer than that. So where did you transfer to after you went to the Nez Perce Indian Reservation?
In 2001, I transferred to the Boise, Idaho Resident Agency, where I was assigned as the supervisor for the Treasure Valley Metro Violent Crime Task Force.
What were your responsibilities as the supervisor for that Violent Crime Task Force?
So that task force was led and funded by the FBI. Our primary responsibility was to investigate gang violence and organized crime violence, drug trafficking. So I was the supervisor of the task force, but also an investigator on a day-to-day basis.
Where did you proceed after you were part of or head of the Violent Crime Task Force?
So I spent 7 years in that capacity. In June of 2015, I was promoted to be the supervisory senior resident agent.
What does supervisory senior agent mean?
That means I was the supervisor for all FBI criminal programs in the 34 southern counties of Idaho, which included agents in our Boise office and agents in our Pocatello office.
So as the supervisor, did you continue to be involved in direct investigative activity yourself?
Absolutely.
Why?
What's that?
Why?
The FBI is fairly minimally resourced in Idaho. I had responsibilities as a supervisor for the agents that worked for me and for their cases, but I also continued to work as a case agent on a number of matters that I was able to essentially assign to myself.
Let's back up just a little bit. What training did you have in terms of investigation and investigative supervisory responsibilities?
So the initial training for an FBI agent takes place at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. It's approximately 17 weeks of training over a variety of subject matters. And then subsequent to that, I've attended many what we call in-service trainings that are specific to a specialized law enforcement duty or topic, such as crime scene management schools, interviewing, interrogation schools, written statement analysis schools, so on and so forth.
Did you have any training with the identification and location of clandestine graves?
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit about that training?
So when you are assigned as an Indian country agent, you attend a special crime scene management school that's a very intensive week-long course that encompasses a lot of different aspects of crime scene management and investigation. The FBI has evidence response teams, but they were 11 hours away from where I was situated, so we did all of the crime scene work ourselves. Part of that training was the identification and location of clandestine grave sites.
What does clandestine grave mean?
It means someone has buried a body where they don't want it to be found, and so that's the clandestine part of it.
And so you received training in the clandestine grave location and identification.
Location, identification, as well as grave exhumation.
Okay. What does that mean?
That means the process of exhuming a body that's been buried. There are techniques and measurements that are required as you undertake that endeavor in a crime scene. It has to be done very carefully and according to strict procedures.
And you talked a bit about your training, and now let's talk about approximately how many cases have you been a criminal investigator on in your overall capacity with the FBI?
Hundreds. It would be hard to put a specific number on it.
Approximately how many homicides have you been part of the investigation of?
I would say conservatively between 20 and 30 homicides.
Okay. And how many cases have you been involved in which involve crimes against children?
There are lots of types of crimes against children. I've been in, I would say, over 50.
Any of those cases involve investigations into missing or suspected abducted children?
Yes, several.
Okay. What was your role? Well, let's do it this way. What was the FBI's role in those cases in investigating missing or potentially abducted children?
Well, the FBI has nationwide jurisdiction, so if a child has been abducted and taken across state lines, then those cases fall under the FBI's purview. But more than that, for many years, the FBI has taken the stance that when a child goes missing, our capabilities, coupled with those of city, county, or state investigators, need to be brought to bear immediately so that we can seek the best outcome in locating and safely recovering those children. So whether or not those cases fall under the federal system, the FBI still responds to cases of missing children and participates fully in those investigations.
Whether or not they're the lead, they always support the local law enforcement on trying to find the children.
Correct.
How many of those cases have you been involved with personally?
A true child abduction or missing child case is fairly rare, but I have been involved in between 6 to 10 of those cases during my career.
And in that time, you mentioned earlier about responded rapidly. Why is that?
Well, we know from studying these cases that if a child is going to be killed, they're typically killed within 24 hours of being abducted. And so you have a very small window in which to respond and utilize all of the tools and resources that we have working cooperatively with our partners to try to locate and recover that child.
Your Honor, as a procedural matter and to aid in getting ready for some exhibits, the state requests permission to display States Exhibit 29C and 29D. The entirety of 29 is are the iCloud records for Lori Vallow, as documented through Lolly Time at iCloud.com and Lori for Style at iCloud.com. C and D are the entirety of both records, and given that in a few minutes we'll be displaying some of those, I need to move for those admissions right now so that Mr. Wood can get resources up.
All right. Can you clarify for me? Previously, we've admitted 29. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge. Those records were admitted with the stipulation on the business record certification with the defense. And A was as to, let me pull up my exhibit list so I don't misstate. $29A was the certified business records for Lori for Style at iCloud.com. 29B was the certified records for Lolly Time at iCloud.com. C is the entirety of Lori for Style at iCloud.com. And D was the entirety of Lolly Time at iCloud.com.
And C and D have been previously admitted?
Well, the entirety of 29 has been admitted because it's the records that would go with the certified attachment. We just hadn't published those or offered them in the courtroom yet. As we've done on all our sort of voluminous records, we admit the business record certification and then we display specific pages. But given some rulings of the court where we have the entirety of the actual documents that are part of 29 in the two exhibits C and D.
Okay, well, they are separate exhibits, so still I don't believe they've been offered and admitted. So for purposes of the record, before we begin any kind of publishing from them or reference, I think we need to go through that procedure.
Okay, Your Honor. May I ask the witness be shown States Exhibit 29C and 29D, please?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
And has a copy of this been provided to the defense?
Yes, in exhibit in August of 2021. That's the documents you were given in discovery. It's the iCloud accounts provided in August of 21.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Maker.
Thank you. Agent, looking at, do you recognize States 29C and D?
I do.
How do you recognize two thumb drives?
On these two thumb drives are the copies of the Lori for Style at iCloud.com iCloud contents and the Lolly Time at iCloud.com contents. My initials are on each of these thumb drives.
Okay. And you helped prepare those to make sure that you could make sure those records as part of the business records were the ones you looked at.
That's correct.
Okay. And you observed those, and the only thing on those two thumb drives are the entirety of Lori for Style at iCloud.com and the entirety of Lally time at iCloud.com.
Yes.
Okay. C is Lori for Style at iCloud.com.
Yes.
And D is Lally time at iCloud.com.
That's correct.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because I'm the one who made the copies of the thumb drives.
From the business records.
Correct.
Okay. And the thumb drives are marked?
Yes.
Move for the admission of States Exhibit 29C and 29D.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. We would object to any hearsay contained therein, and we believe that there is multiple layers of impermissible hearsay, so we'd ask the court not to admit those.
All right, what's the response from the state?
Your Honor, any statements of the defendant in her own words are being reflected in that document. Any statements of co-conspirators are admissible and not considered impermissible hearsay. So communications between her, Alex Cox, other co-conspirators, including Chad Daybell, are relevant and admissible and allowed before the jury. Anyone who is not a co-conspirator, their statements aren't being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They're simply being offered to provide context as to what the defendant's response was. It goes directly to motive, intent, that there's absence of any mistake on this issue, and therefore are highly probative and relevant.
All right, and could you, I know I've already asked this, but could you again explain to me how these tie into 29? Not a sub, but just the Exhibit 29.
Exhibit 29 was the certified business record, and at the beginning of the case, the defense agreed with the state that if we omitted the certification of the business records, that the state could produce various portions of those records rather than the record in entirety. We recognize that the rule typically requires that you admit the entire record with the certification, but because of the volume of documents that we've offered, we admitted select portions by agreement. These are the actual entirety of those business records. So in some respects, 29 as to Lori for Style and 29 as to Lally time are more complete than any of the other business records we've done because it's the entirety of those records. And so the court has before it the certification, and the agreement was that the underlying records came in and in fact have been used with multiple other witnesses, but not in their entirety, without objection. Nate Duncan, Detective Hermosillo, referenced by Detective Pillar. So these records have been referenced by multiple individuals, and now the state is providing the entirety of both business record sets to the court.
All right, thank you for the explanation, Ms. Smith. So the court's considered the objection of the defense on 29C and D. The court's also considered previous ruling allowing for the admission of Exhibit 29. The court will overrule the objection as it relates to the hearsay objection, finding that because these are the accounts of the defendant and the statements therein made by the defendant would not be subject to a hearsay exclusion, and those other statements in there, as noted by the state, would not be subject to hearsay also, as they are not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Also, that there's been essentially a waiver of further objection where the information contained in 29C and D, where 29 was already admitted and multiple witnesses have already testified to information contained within 29. C and D is the entirety of that information from where that other testimony came from, that it would be appropriate to allow 29C and D, which is the complete version of the records, to be admitted. So for that reason, exhibits 29C and D will be admitted. And finally, also finding that this witness laid an adequate foundation upon identifying those thumb drives. So exhibits 29C and D are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and we appreciate that, and we would ask that the court require that the state or the court provide us with copies of 29C and D so that we can review those so that they do accurately reflect what is purported to be on those. We don't have time to go through 100,000 pages of documents right now, but we would ask the court to give us this weekend to do that.
Okay. If they're obviously electronic copies, I believe, can be provided to the defense if they haven't already been provided, and those need to be provided to the defense before the state rests.
So would it be acceptable if we just tell them where in the discovery it is located? Because it takes a long time to copy these, and they already have it at least once, if not twice, in discovery. Happy to show them where to find it.
Okay.
And, Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I speak?
Go ahead.
My concern is that they're going to introduce something that we may or may not have or may not be able to access. I would like the court, if it's possible, to make copies of that and give it to us, because I want to know exactly what's on that jump drive specifically that's admitted into this court for the jury to view.
All right. Well, the court doesn't create exhibits, so the exhibits are admitted, but I will allow the defense an opportunity with the state to monitor also to simply produce copies of the electronic file that's on each of those jump drives.
Okay.
And as I understand it, each jump drive contains a single file, but it's a huge file of electronic information.
It contains a single record, and that record will, of course, that's an iCloud has hundreds of technically different things, but they're all part of the one record.
Okay.
We can't pull out the chats versus the SMS versus the videos versus the MMS. We would have 100,000 thumb drives. So it's the entirety of Lolly time. It's the entirety of Lori for Styles.
Okay. Well, C and D are admitted, and again, the defense will be entitled to a electronic reproduction of C and D to be provided to them, which I would think is just a matter of copying the file over to a new thumb drive that's the same size and giving them that. But the state can observe when that copying is made through the court's official exhibit.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Do you want to continue then, Ms. Smith?
Yes, Judge. And just so that there's clarification, Mr. Wood is going to aid me in working with 29C and D, so he will be over here if that's acceptable to the court, getting that up and going, so people don't wonder what he's doing.
Okay. If he's there with technical assistance, that will be fine.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm sorry to take things a bit out of order, Agent, but I just wanted to get that done sooner rather than later. You had indicated, let's back up just a little bit. Did you have any other responsibilities while you were the supervisory agent in Boise for coordinating with organizations, say, on behavioral analysis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What is behavioral analysis?
The FBI has a highly specialized unit called the Behavioral Analysis Unit. They're sometimes referred to as the profilers. That's a unit that exists in Quantico, Virginia. It's comprised of actually 5 different sections: crimes against adults, crimes against children, terrorism, cyber and counterintelligence, as well as training and research. Each division or state in the United States has a BAU coordinator.
BAU, Behavioral Unit?
Behavioral Analysis Unit Coordinator. That individual is responsible for getting additional training in behavioral analysis and acts as a conduit when a state or local entity needs consultation services. The BAU coordinator does a triage of those cases and helps facilitate which cases are appropriate for the Behavioral Analysis Unit to look at. I was the BAU coordinator for the state of Idaho for approximately 13 years.
Okay. So are you a profiler yourself?
I am not a profiler, but I have attended a number of trainings and conferences and have read a lot of material as it relates to behavioral analysis in criminal investigations.
And in that role, your job was to help facilitate and move a particular case through the process of getting a behavioral analysis where it was appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, turning back to your work and assistance into the investigation of missing or abducted children, You indicated that there is a need for rapid deployment, and you talked about going within 24 hours. Is there a specialized unit within the FBI that handles child abduction cases on a rapid basis?
Yes.
What is that unit?
So we have a team called the CARD team, that stands for the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. They've been in existence for over 20 years. They're essentially what we call a fly team. They are specially trained agents that are located all over the country, and when a child abduction takes place, they are deployable very quickly to bring their expertise to bear when a child goes missing.
Is there sort of a time limit on when you can bring in that rapid deployment team?
Well, their purpose in the immediate aftermath of a known abduction, their purpose is to respond. They don't take over the case. They're consultants, and so they come and they help the investigators ensure that all of the appropriate steps are being taken. Collectively, the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Unit has responded to over 160 child abductions in the United States in the past 20 plus years. They are the world's foremost experts in those types of cases.
And so in this particular investigation into the disappearance of J.J. Vallow and or Tylee Ryan, were you able to work with local law enforcement on where those two children were?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
The Rexburg Police Department conducted a welfare check for J.J. Vallow, and subsequent to that welfare check, the very next day, they contacted the FBI in Pocatello, who then called me, and so my involvement in the case started on November 27th of 2019.
Okay. And did you partner with the Rexburg Police Department in looking for J.J. Vallow?
Absolutely.
And then ultimately looking for Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. And as a part of that partnership with the Rexburg Police Department, did the FBI request the assistance or ask the CARD team, the Rapid Deployment Team, to respond?
We consulted with both the Behavioral Analysis Unit and the CARD team. We did not ask for a CARD team deployment.
Well, why not?
We knew very quickly that Lori Vallow had lied to the Rexburg Police Department when they responded to do the welfare check, and within a short period of time were able to ascertain approximately how long J.J. and Tylee had been missing. And due to the span of time that had taken place, it didn't fall under the parameters of a CARD deployment for those things that are done in the very immediate aftermath of a child going missing. So we spoke with them, we obtained their advice, but we did not ask for a deployment.
And so you've indicated that you didn't ask for the deployment, but you also consulted with them and behavioral analysis?
Yes.
Why would you consult with behavioral analysis in this situation?
Because of their experience in a wide variety of cases. And so they have background and expertise that your average agent does not possess. And so when you have a complex, complicated case, we consult with them to try to get the best advice to help us as we proceed forward with the investigation.
So when you say get the best advice, does that mean helping you analyze evidence and assess and maybe reach conclusions?
No. The Behavioral Analysis Unit would give advice. For instance, if we had a critical interview, we might talk to them about that subject and get some strategies that they may suggest for the most effective interview techniques. But in this instance, and they can provide an analysis of their own, but in this instance, most of the analysis in this case was done in-house by us here.
Okay. And when you say in-house by us here, when you say analysis, what does that mean?
Well, an analysis simply means looking at and reviewing various types of records and data. There's a vast spectrum of information that's valuable to us in these investigations, from business records, cell phone records, iCloud records, so on and so forth, video records. We review all of those things to look for evidence relevant to the case.
And so when you say evidence, that means common ideas, investigative leads, themes or theories that the investigators need to follow up on.
Yes and no.
How yes and how no?
So yes, in the sense that when we are trying to determine a motive for a crime, there may be a theme that is relevant, that gives us an indication as to why an individual may have committed a crime. No, in the sense that we are fact finders, and so our job is to investigate thoroughly and carefully and completely in an effort to solve the crime and develop evidence of who committed that crime. And in that sense, we aren't driven by a theme or a concept. We're driven by evidence. We follow the evidence that we find.
You follow the evidence where it goes.
Yes.
And if it's centered around a particular subject, you follow that subject wherever it goes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, specifically in the investigation into the disappearance and sadly, ultimately, the murder of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, and the murder of Tammy.
I'm going to object to argumentative.
Sustain.
Specifically in your review of the investigation into the disappearance of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan and the death of Tammy Daybell, what were your particular roles?
I had two primary roles in this case. My first role was as the supervisor over this investigation. Our Pocatello office is quite small. We had 3 agents assigned when we were contacted by the Rexburg Police Department. Very quickly, 2 of those agents transferred one transferred, one retired, so we were down to 1 agent. I supervised the activity of those people. When resources were needed, such as our evidence response team, or forensic accountants or analysts, or when leads needed to be set to other divisions, all of those things fall under my purview. And so I had the responsibility for the FBI oversight of this investigation. That's
in partnership with your local partners?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you say your responsibilities, just to make sure I'm clear, the resources of the FBI and what resources the FBI would contribute to that partnership were directed by you?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned, and I think I accidentally cut you off, you mentioned crime analyst?
We had an analyst assigned to this case, yes.
Okay. And what does a crime analyst do?
Their job is to look at records and to try to determine if there is relevant evidence in existence, for instance, phone analysis and analysis of Google accounts or other things. There's so much information in all of those records, and generally speaking, only a small portion of that may be relevant to the alleged crimes that we're investigating.
And so you were talking about your role as sort of supervisory role. You said you had 2 roles. What was your second role on this case?
My primary role was as an investigator in this case. I live in Boise, I work in Boise, but I traveled multiple times per month to Rexburg due to due to the complexity of this case, due to the fact that 2 children were missing, I felt that it was important for me to play an active role, given my background and experience in these types of cases. And so I, more so than my supervisory role, I played an investigative role in this case. I was present during the crime scene search where we located...
I'm going to object that this is a narrative. There's no questions here.
Sustained.
And so you played an active role, not only were you a supervisor, you played an active role as an investigator in this joint investigation.
Yes, for all intents and purposes, I was the FBI case agent for this investigation.
Okay. And so what specific work did you do as an investigator on this case?
I conducted a number of interviews of witnesses. I was present at the search warrant execution on June 9th and 10th. My biggest investigative role was to undertake a complete analysis of the content of 2 iCloud accounts that were registered to Lori Vallow. The first is called Lori for Style at iCloud.com, and the second is called Lollytime at iCloud.com.
Okay. And why was it important that those accounts be examined?
Because of the value of the information that's contained in those cloud storage.
When you say the value, can you help us understand why such accounts would be valuable to investigators in this situation?
Sure. The iCloud is simply the storage or backup for your Apple iPhone usage. Our phones are not phones anymore. They're phones, they're email accounts, there are cameras, they contain photos and videos. We have text messaging, we have multimedia messaging. All of those things are stored in the iCloud. And so in this instance, we have a large volume of direct communications between Lori Vallow and others in this case. We have a number of photographs and videos and emails and contacts and notes that are all relevant to this case that were discovered during the review and analysis of the iCloud account.
And that information was shared across departments and across agencies by multiple investigators, correct?
That's correct. We had access to these iCloud accounts fairly early on in the investigation, and they played an important role in our ultimate conclusion of what took place in the case.
And so as you shared this information, did it lead the law enforcement partnership to execute a search warrant on the Daybell property on June 9th and 10th of 2019?
Yes, it did.
Oh, 2020, I think I misspoke.
2020.
Okay. And you explained you were physically present?
Yes, I was there, again, in a dual role. I was the FBI supervisor on scene for that search, but I also participated as an investigator throughout the 2 full days that the search was executed.
Okay. And so can you tell us about your personal activity at the Daybell residence on June 9th and 10th of 2020?
Yes. Our evidence response team was present to oversee the search, but due to the size of the property, other agents and investigators that are not formally part of the evidence response team were asked to help and to participate. The first step that took place was essentially walking the property, looking for evidence that might exist within the property.
And did you personally walk the property looking for evidence?
I did.
Okay. What was the next step taken after officers and agents working together searched that property?
Well, during the walk of the property, you're looking for places on the property that might contain evidence. So during the walk of the property, myself and an agent who was at my side located JJ's grave.
Can you explain to us the process you used to locate JJ's grave?
Yes. When you're looking for a clandestine grave, there are certain telltale signs that you want to find. Primarily, you're looking for aberrations in the earth. If a grave has been dug, typically the vegetation around where the digging took place is slightly different than the vegetation that's been undisturbed around that grave. Similarly, you will see sometimes a mound of earth where the grave has been dug, and sometimes you'll see a depression in the earth. In this instance, I was able to observe a slight change in the vegetation where JJ was buried, and then upon closer inspection, I was able to see that there was essentially a seam around the grave where the sod had been cut and then replaced, and so you could feel with your hands that there was the outline of where the grave had been dug was present there.
So when you say feel with your hands, did you actually feel the ground yourself?
I did.
Okay. And that area was photographed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state requests that just so that the witness looks at these again, that the witness be handed state's already admitted Exhibit 170C, 170D, 170E, and 170H.
Thank you.
Sir, would you take a look at those, please?
Okay.
Okay. These have previously been admitted, but do you recognize those?
I do.
And just so the record's clear, it may have been a little bit since the jury's seen those. What are they?
These are photographs that were taken of the spot that I identified near the tree on the corner of the Daybell property where JJ's remains were ultimately located.
Your Honor, I'd request permission to publish or republish the state's Exhibits 170 and the various numbers and use them during this witness's testimony.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they can be published.
So you indicated a discussion on a change of vegetation. I would like you to chat with us if you see that in State's Exhibit 170C. And let me zoom out. Oop.
Yes, so this is a faraway view. The subsequent photographs will be a little more telling, but essentially you can see right here this little spot. If you look at the greenery that surrounds this spot, and you can see some yellowing, and it's just, unless you knew what you were looking for, you might not notice it, but this is JJ's grave.
You previously talked about signs of signs of a clandestine grave. Is that one sign of a clandestine grave?
It is.
Okay. Were there particular pieces of evidence that took you to that area of property?
Yes.
What were those pieces of evidence that took you and the other agent to that area of the property?
We searched the entire property, but we knew that on September 23rd of 2019 that Alex Cox's cell phone had been located in that area for a period of time.
So going to that area, you saw that area and that sort of yellowing, and you said there's another picture that perhaps shows it better?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 170D. Is that the better view of what you were talking about?
Yes. This is a close-up view, and so you can see the vegetation here is fairly long and lush, but you have this slight area here where the vegetation simply isn't growing as well, and you can see a defined outline. You can even see some edges here, and so that ultimately ended up being where JJ's remains were found.
Okay. And you indicated that you felt the ground in this area. Is that the area that you felt the ground in?
Yes, I felt the ground with my hands, but I also had, we carry a probe with you, which is essentially just a rod with a point on it to be able to, if you find an area that you suspect may be something you want to examine further, you use that probe to determine if hard, undisturbed ground exists. That probe doesn't really go in. If you've dug the earth up, the probe usually goes in considerably easier.
And were you carrying one of those probes?
I was.
Okay. And you put the probe in the ground in this area?
I attempted to.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 170E. Is that one of the areas where you attempted to put the probe in the ground?
Yes, that's just an even closer up shot that essentially shows the seam, or one of the, if we look at it as a rectangle, it's just one of the seams that existed where the sod had been cut up.
And when you say the seam, and I apologize, I may not have asked you, so forgive me, turning back to State's Exhibit 170D, can you outline that seam again, that area, that rectangle you were talking about?
Certainly. So this would be the top right here. You can see that line there. You follow it down here. There's the bottom, and then here's the other side. So this is your rectangle.
Okay. And so when you located that, was that area approximately how big, or do you know?
It's quite small. The seams on either end are probably 18 to 24 inches, and then the length would be approximately 48 inches.
Okay. Child size?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said you attempted to put the probe in. What do you mean by that?
I mean the probe wouldn't penetrate the earth.
Okay. Well, if that's a sign of a clandestine grave, why did you continue to look there?
I'm sorry.
If I thought you said earlier that a sign of clandestine grave was that you stick the probe in and the ground is loose, but if it's hard, it may not be. What caused you to look further when the probe didn't go all the way in?
Well, the probe is just one simple tool that we use, and ultimately we understood why the probe didn't go in. Once we lifted the sod away, we saw that some boards and rocks had been placed on top of JJ's body, and so my probe was hitting those rocks and boards.
Okay. And so that would be as what was reflected in State's Exhibit 170H?
Correct. So this is a photograph of that spot that we've been looking at. And this shows where you can see where the roots and vegetation from the tree have been cut to prepare the grave, and then these rocks, and then this is one of two different boards that were present on top of JJ's body.
And so was the dirt on top of those rocks and boards seemingly loose or mounded in any way?
It was very, very shallow, so there wasn't a lot of dirt on top of these rocks. It was, I mean, as soon as we took the sod up, we could see that there were rocks placed there. This photograph shows the dirt having been removed from between the rocks as that grave was carefully and methodically exhumed. So this shows a couple of steps in where the sod's been taken away, and the rocks had been placed on top of boards. Once we removed the rocks and the boards, we began to see that something was buried there.
Okay. And ultimately, that's where J.J. Vallow was discovered?
Correct.
Now, we're done with pictures for a while, so thank you, ma'am. You were present when JJ was discovered, but other officers took over and helped exhume JJ's body, correct?
I was there through the entirety of that process. I helped exhume the grave and exhume the body, as well as helping to exhume Tylee's remains.
Okay. Multiple officers had to do those things, correct?
Yes, it's a large property, and there were several members of our evidence response team, along with detectives from the Rexburg Police Department, the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and other FBI employees.
And because of the way those bodies were, multiple officers were involved in helping recover those remains?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So turning to your other sort of work as an investigator on this, you discussed your work in reviewing and the value of looking at the iCloud accounts of Lori Vallow.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how much experience do you have in analyzing such data in relation to the other facts in the investigations to help determine sort of the facts and circumstances or motives of a particular crime or suspect?
I have several years' worth of experience. The FBI specializes in long-term complex investigations, and those investigations involve, in most cases, the analysis of voluminous amounts of records. And so as an investigator, as a case agent, I've participated in the analysis of those records, of records in investigations for the entirety of my career.
Okay. And you personally have worked with Apple iCloud accounts and records?
I have.
And you've talked about sort of the value of them overall to law enforcement, but in iCloud accounts, what specific types of data are in those iCloud accounts?
Essentially, whatever is on your smartphone is in the iCloud. It's simply a mirror, more than a mirror. It's a storage device of the activity of your phone. So it contains your contacts, it contains your call logs, it contains your cookies, it contains what we call carved strings, which is data that's been deleted but hasn't yet been overridden. It contains SMS or text messages. It contains MMS or multimedia messages. It contains images, videos, and the list goes on and on. And so all of these things are present in the iCloud.
And forgive me, I heard you talk about lots of the multimedia, the pictures, the location data, the text. Does it also sometimes include things that somebody has tried to delete from their phone?
Yes.
In what way is that captured?
In a couple of ways. So you can delete something from your phone to increase the storage on your phone, but if your phone is backed up to the cloud, typically it's no longer present on your phone, but it still exists in the cloud. So you can have data on your phone that you've deleted. That data still exists. It still is present on your iCloud.
Okay. And what's a carved string?
So carved strings are data that has been deleted off of the iCloud, but not yet overridden.
What does that mean?
I'm not a super technical guy, but it's bits and pieces of messages or communications. They don't make a whole lot of sense. The carved strings weren't really of any value to us in the investigation. I just mentioned that as a part of what exists on the iCloud.
Okay. And what tools do you use to look at an iCloud?
The tool we use is a software program called Cellbrite. Cellbrite does not alter the data, it simply organizes it. So Cellbrite is a pretty user-friendly tool that will take the contents of the iCloud and put it in its various compartments, as I've mentioned, and then you can go in and view each of those separate places within the iCloud.
And when you're using Cellbrite, does it allow you to look at the data but limit how much data you look at?
Yes. So with each of the different sections of the iCloud, you can apply a filter. And so that was something that I did fairly frequently in my analysis of the Lori for Style account, not the Lollytime, but I did use filters in Lori for Style.
So when you say filters, is a filter say sort of date range?
Yes, you can use a filter that's particularly called capture time. So the Lori for Style iCloud account, the earliest records date back to December of 2000. That's far beyond the scope of this investigation. And so the capture time filter that I used for the purposes of this case was October of 2018, the month where Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow first met. And so I did some cursory review of earlier data just to make sure I wasn't missing anything, but I focused my efforts on the date at which the conspiracy that's charged could have began.
And what were those dates?
Primarily, I would plug in October 26th of 2018, and then I would examine from that date forward.
Okay. And why'd you pick that date?
October 26, 2018 is the date that Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met at a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah.
And then you ended your filter when? On Lori for Style.
There was a point in time in late November of 2019 when Lori Vallow stopped using her phones, and so the data in the iClouds stops when the phone usage stopped, and I can't recall the exact date. It's November 2019 for sure, towards the end of the month, but I can't recall the exact date.
And what was the date that the law enforcement approached Lori Vallow?
Lori Vallow was approached on November 26th of 2019.
Okay. And then, but the data on Lori for Style stops sometime at the end of November 2019.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state intends at this time to display States Exhibit 29C and D. If we're happy to keep proceeding, but if we want to take a quick morning break so defense counsel can just double check it now, understanding they want a copy, but I respect that they would like to see it, we can do that or we can proceed.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning break at this time then. I'll allow defense to access that, so let's plan on starting up again no later than 10:30.
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you'll please have the jurors return to the courtroom.
Just as before the jury's coming in, can we approach sidebar real quick?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry. I can do it here. It just...
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Ms. Smith, did you still want a sidebar?
I can make the record here real quick. It's my understanding that the defense counsel's been given their own duplicate copy of States 29C and D, which are the iCloud accounts of Lori Vallow. They were also disclosed in discovery in 2021, but they have a copy of the exhibit itself. That's my understanding.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, counsel.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
You can inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning again.
Morning.
Now, earlier you talked about reviewing the Lori for Style and the Lally time accounts and viewing that data set through Cellbrite. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you've previously recognized States Exhibit 29C and D, which are the Lally time accounts. If you could look at your screen, Mr. Wood is loading it. It's taken just a minute. We need it. It's hooked up through the projector, the HDMI. Is your screen?
So it'll be published on the...
Yes, Judge.
Very well.
Okay. All right. Agent Hart, what are we looking at on the projector? It's displaying States 29C and D, but what view is it for the record?
So this is the Cellbrite software. Essentially what you're seeing here is the Lori for Style at iCloud.com iCloud account. You can see Cellbrite up here, and then on the side where you see all of the different compartments, different types of data that exists in the iCloud. With each of these types of data, cookies for instance, they will show the number of records that exist in the iCloud. So you have device locations, journeys, locations, emails, MMS messages, notes, and it goes on. SMS messages, I spent a substantial amount of time here, and you get an idea of the volume, over 13,000 text messages, voicemails, images, so on and so forth. So this is what it looks like when you first, this is essentially the opening page of the Lori for Style at iCloud.com, and then Lollytime would be a mirror of this. It's just simply a different account.
Can we show them the Lollytime page, please? Okay. And that's pulling from the state's exhibit, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the, you can see it says Lollytime at iCloud.com, and it has the same compartments as the other iCloud. You'll see that the number of records in Lollytime is substantially less than Lori for Style, and that's because Lollytime was created in April of 2019 and then goes through November of 2019. So this particular account is much smaller.
Okay. So Lori for Styles was much longer because it wasn't used for a longer time.
Lori for Style, the earliest record in Lori for Style is December of 2000, so close to 19 years.
Okay. And then Lollytime, I apologize, it started in what month?
April of 2019.
And it ceased to be used according to what you could find?
Correct. Both accounts ceased to be used in November of 2000, towards the end of November of 2019.
Okay. Now, in analyzing the records in states 29C and D, what process did you follow?
A very methodical one. I would go into each of these compartments, which also exist where it says device content. It'll say phone data, and then it will have all of these records. So Bluetooth devices, call logs, contacts, and as you scroll down, you'll see all of the different compartments. And so my process was to open up one of those compartments and then examine the data that was in there. If there was something that was pertinent or relevant, then I would make a document of that.
In Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts, approximately how many records of data were there?
I don't have an exact count, and that gets to be a little bit difficult. For instance, there's a section for chats. Well, one chat may contain 3,000 messages within that chat, but my best estimate from kind of tallying these is between 130 and 150,000 records.
And if we could just turn to, just so that jury can see one of those, let's look at Lori for Style, the SMS section, if we could.
Can we please identify which exhibit we're looking at?
Yes, absolutely. Is this the Lori for Style, States Exhibit 29, I think it's D?
Thank you.
And turning to Lori for Style, in the SMS section, let's look at line 1842. So, Agent, while Mr. Wood helps locate that and display that? Is that the process you had to go through for looking, the process he's going through, is that the process you had to go through to look at every one of these texts?
Yes, so in Lori for Style, I applied a date filter starting October 26th of 2018. When I applied that filter, there were approximately 4,500 text messages, and I started at that date and then read every single text message down to the last.
Okay. And that's just the text messages?
Yes, and so I followed that same process for all of the various compartments that you can see that are displayed on this screen.
So
I want to make a clarification here. I think you may be looking at 29C, not D.
Oh, I apologize if I misspoke, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Counsel.
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to be clear if it is 29C or if it is 29D.
If you could, yeah, let's confirm.
This is Lori for Style at iCloud.com. (29C).
Okay,
Is that what the court shows?
yes.
Okay, good. And so turning to line 1842, is that what's displayed up there, Agent?
Yes.
Could you show us sort of how you would figure out what that record was and what it revealed?
Certainly. So you can see a timestamp, so it would show the date that this message was sent on March 20th of 2019. Under the parties, it would show the owner, that's Lori Vallow, and it was sent to her brother Alex Cox. And then under the body, it contains the text message that was sent. In this case, it says, "I'm finding out some great stuff about you. I'm going to do some sealings. Can't wait to share all the things I learned about you. Wow, you're going to like it. It explains a lot."
And so when you looked at those texts, were you also aware of what was happening around in that case to determine whether a text is relevant?
Absolutely. As I was a participant in this case in its totality from essentially day two, and so having that knowledge as the investigation progressed helped me to understand which text messages or other types of communications or records that might exist in the iClouds, whether they were relevant or pertinent to the investigation. If they were, I would make a note of that, and that's how I proceeded as far as my analysis is concerned.
So when you were determining whether a particular, well, let me ask you, was every single text that Lori Vallow sent relevant to the investigation into what happened to J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell?
Not at all.
Okay, why do you say that?
Well, there were hundreds, thousands of texts between Lori Vallow and friends and associates, between, car rental companies, hotels, insurance. There was a lot of communications regarding appointments and medications for JJ and things that Tylee was doing. So there were the normal everyday type of communications that most individuals have, and so those, I examined those, but they certainly really didn't have any bearing on the case.
So how did you determine what was relevant?
Based on the investigation, the totality of the investigation, what we had uncovered from witness interviews, and from the various searches and other efforts that we were engaging in, we had developed a pretty good idea of what may have occurred, and I was looking for communications that were indicative of participation in the disappearance of J.J., Tylee, and Tammy Daybell.
And when you started looking at the records on the iCloud account, was it still actively a search for JJ and Tylee?
When I began, yes, it was. But I have looked at this over the course of several weeks and months and certainly reviewed it as the case has gone on. So the initial review started prior to the children being found, and that review continued.
Even after they were recovered but not alive?
Correct.
And any idea how many hours it has taken you to go through all of these records?
Well over 200 hours.
Okay. And so in those excess of 200 hours, did you also, as you were reviewing it, sort of find investigative leads or concepts that merited following up?
Yes.
What were some of those investigative leads or concepts that merited following up?
First and foremost, it was the relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Why is that? Why is that relevant?
Well, it was apparent that they were very quickly after meeting involved in an illicit affair with one another, and that they shared plans to be married and have a life together.
Were there any other investigative leads or concepts that needed follow-up?
Yes, as part of the plans between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, they had obstacles that were in the way of them achieving.
Your Honor, I don't object. This is argumentative.
Sustained.
When you say they had, understand the court's ruling, so you identified leads that followed up. Did you find information or discussion that there were barriers to their efforts to be together?
I'm going to object as to argumentative. The question is argumentative.
Judge, it's an investigative process, and if it had significance to him, the jury is entitled to hear that, especially if it factored into his creation of a summary.
It's overruled.
Thank you, Judge.
There were several communications regarding Tylee and JJ that were relevant to their deaths.
Okay. How so?
They discussed their deaths.
Okay. And what did that have to do with the concept that they had begun an affair or planned a future together?
After the affair began, there then began to be communications regarding the deaths of Charles Vallow, Tammy Daybell, J.J. Vallow, and Tylee Ryan.
Okay. Any conversations about Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Okay. And was there communication that law enforcement had to follow up on that suggested that those individuals were considered barriers to by the defendant to her future with Chad Daybell?
I'm going to object as to argumentative, Judge.
Overruled.
The exact word they used in the communications was obstacles.
Okay. And just to be clear, the communications between who?
Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Okay. And they characterized J.J., Tylee, Tammy, Charles as obstacles.
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as this misstates the actual evidence.
The evidence will be admitted shortly, Judge. I'm just laying a foundation for summary.
Okay, well, it's at this point then, without that being entered into yet, there's no foundation for those comments, so I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. And so in following up and pursuing investigative leads and information within the iCloud accounts and in connection to interviews and other evidence, were there any other investigative leads or information that merited following up?
Yes, there was financial information that was deemed to be relevant. There was information regarding the relationship between Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's brother, and Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that were relevant.
And was there, in terms of the financial information, why would that be relevant in analyzing the iCloud account in context of this investigation?
Well, during the course of the investigation, one of the elements that we examined was a potential financial motive for the crimes, and so that was part of our process in being thorough as it relates to looking at all the information that was available to us as we conducted the case.
And in the review of the evidence of the case, in particular the information contained in the iCloud accounts, was there information that suggested there was evidence of financial motive for these individuals?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. That's argumentative.
Overruled.
Yes.
What evidence did you find that merited following up as an investigative tool or investigative avenue?
In the iCloud specifically, there was communications and direct references to a large life insurance policy possessed by Charles Vallow, as well as Social Security payments that were attributable to J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan.
You also indicated that there was some investigative information sort of stemming or contributed to from Lori Vallow's iCloud account about a relationship between Alexander Cox, Chad Daybell, and Lori Vallow. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. What information or evidence did you hear that led to investigative pursuits?
There were a number of communications between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow that were deemed to be pertinent to the investigation, and it was clear that there was a relationship between Alex Cox and Chad Daybell as well.
Okay. And why would those things be relevant to the investigation into what happened to J.J., Tylee, and Tammy?
Those relationships were important because those individuals, throughout the course of the investigation, that's ultimately who was charged with the alleged crimes.
Okay. Now, in using what is up on the screen, the iCloud account for Lori Vallow, for both Lori for style and Raleigh time, you had to go through sort of each one of these screens that we saw for about approximately 200 hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So did you prepare a summary exhibit for use in explaining the findings and representing certain text to the jury?
I did.
Okay. Otherwise, we have to go line by line through the iCloud.
That's correct.
All right. And so in preparing that, did you pick texts that were representative of investigative concepts or communications by the defendant?
Yes, I chose those pieces of data. So there are text messages, there are multimedia messages, there are videos, there are emails, there are notes, and those things that I deemed to be pertinent, to be directly relevant to this case. I would, in terms of preparing my summary, I would cut and paste directly from the iCloud and put it into a PowerPoint presentation. So that was my method, was to cut and paste exactly what is displayed in the iCloud account into the summary exhibit.
Okay. Can you just use the pointer again and show us what you would cut and paste, just so that we're clear that you literally took from the iCloud and put it into your summary exhibit?
Certainly. So, again, there's a timestamp which shows a date and time, the parties, and then the communication. So I would note the date and the time, the parties, and then I would cut and paste I didn't cut the specific phone numbers, I just noted the parties, but I would cut and paste in its entirety each message or piece of data.
Okay. So you didn't hand type it, you
No.
cut and paste from the original into your summary?
Correct.
Okay. And that summary was prepared in anticipation of explaining your investigative findings to the jury?
As an aid, yes.
Okay. And that summary was an effort to sort of show the representative ideas and evidence found in the iCloud?
Correct.
Okay. You're going to ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 183 and 183A. A courtesy copy of which has been given defense counsel. I think we're done with it. Agent, did you get a chance to look at States 183 and 183A?
Yes.
What are they?
This is 183A is a hard copy of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared for a summary exhibit. 183 is an electronic copy of that with my initials on the thumb drive.
Okay. So you prepared that thumb drive?
Yes.
Okay. And 183A is a physical hard copy for use in court or by the jury?
Correct.
Okay. I move for the admission of States Exhibit 183 and 183A.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we stated on the record prior to or outside the presence of the jury what that objection was, and we just stand by that objection.
All right. The court heard argument on an objection earlier this morning outside the presence of the jury. I made a ruling with no new substance to the objection. The court will stand by its prior ruling and allow for the exhibits 183 and 183A to be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you're making sure the court has their courtesy copy of 183A, correct? Thank you.
I do.
Thank you. I request permission to display States Exhibit 183A.
You can publish it.
Thank you.
And actually, I think what you're publishing is 183, not A.
I apologize. Yes. Thanks, Judge.
You're welcome.
All right. Agent, if you could look at the screen. I see displayed an initial slide in States Exhibit 183. What are we seeing here?
This is a line that I located in the contact section of Lori for Style at iCloud.com, and it was saved under the name of Bishop Shumway. It was created on October 28th, 2018. What stands out about this particular contact is that the telephone
Objection,
number...
Your Honor. He's now giving a narrative explanation.
Sustained.
Okay. So what is it that it stands out about the slide we're looking at?
What stands out is that the phone number, 208-690-9374, is the known cellular telephone number for Chad Daybell.
And what was the date this contact is reflected in the cell phone data or the iCloud account of Lori Vallow?
It was created on October 28th, 2018.
And just so that we're clear, that date had significance because why?
Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met at a Preparing a People conference in St. George, Utah on October 26th, and that conference spanned the 26th, 27th, and 28th of October.
Is this the first known electronic evidence of contact between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
It is.
So turning to the next, which is labeled SMS section, Lori for Style at iCloud.com, what are we seeing here?
This is a text string between Lori Vallow and Audrey Baratario that took place on January 23rd of 2019.
Okay. If you could read to us into the record what that text string was.
Yes. Line 2585. Hi, Audrey. This is Lori. I would love to talk to you sometime. Text me or call me. I'm excited to be able to talk to you about what we both know. Line 2584. Oh, hi, Lori. Guess you talked to Chad. Ha ha. Line 2580. Did he tell you I have a crazy work schedule? I might be able to talk tonight. I'll have to play it by ear, but it wouldn't until ABT 9:30 p.m. or after. The same for tomorrow. Line 2578, Lori Vallow to Audrey Baratario. He did. That's okay. Just let me know when you are available. No pressure. I just think it's fun to talk to someone who knows what's really going on. Line 2576, reply from Audrey Baratario to Lori Vallow. So what times usually work for you? I usually talk to him on my lunch breaks in Mondays or Tuesdays. Sunday afternoons I can talk.
Agent, my question is, this communication by the defendant with Audrey Baratario, what, if any, significance did it have to you?
The significance that it had to me is the reference to what Lori Vallow and Audrey Baratario both knew.
Why is that significant?
It's significant because Chad Daybell had disclosed to Audrey Baratario his plans to marry Lori Vallow.
Okay. And did it also indicate anything about an establishment of a friendship or a relationship between Audrey and Lori?
Yes, Chad had told Audrey Baratario that his wife, Tammy Daybell, was going to die and that he and Lori were to be married, but he wanted Audrey to act as a buffer between he and Lori during the ensuing time period until Tammy Daybell died.
And does it indicate that Audrey Baratario was willing to engage in that friendship with Lori?
Based on the text string, yes.
Okay. Now, turning to an SMS text section in the Lori for Style at iCloud.com from March 20th, 2019. Can you explain to us what we're seeing here?
These are some texts that took place on March 20th of 2019 between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Could you read those into the record, please?
Line 1842 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. I'm finding out some great stuff about you. I'm going to go do some ceilings. Can't wait to share all the things I learned about you. Wow, you're going to like it. It explains a lot. Line 1840, text from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Okay, hurry up, please. Line 1837, reply text from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Going to check everything with my source tonight. to make sure I got this all right, but it's really good. We can talk about it tomorrow, hopefully.
Now, Agent, why did you include this in your summary?
During the course of the investigation, it became apparent that Chad Daybell acted as a quasi-religious leader and that Alex Cox was involved in the alleged conspiracy as it related to the deaths of the children and Tammy Daybell. And this is an instance where Lori Vallow is communicating to her brother Alex Cox regarding the things that she is learning about him. The reference to going to check with my source tonight, I believe, is a reference to Chad Daybell.
Objection calls for speculation.
That's overruled, but obviously you can go into that on cross.
Very good. Thank you.
Now, looking at this text, you indicated that Chad became a quasi-leader. Was there evidence to suggest why Lori Vallow would be communicating that to Alex Cox rather than just Chad?
There were occasions where Lori Vallow made direct communications regarding religious matters or religious concepts, but it was frequent and repetitive that Alex Cox, Melanie Boudreau, others would solicit Lori to check or inquire with Chad Daybell and then would return answers back to those individuals.
In context of the evidence from the iCloud and the other evidence in totality of the case, was there evidence on Lori Vallow's sort of position power with regard to those people in religious concepts?
Yes.
What was that position power and what evidence was there of that?
Her position was right next to Chad Daybell. The two of them were in an elevated position, and others would seek their counsel and advice as it related to alleged revelations and visions and so forth.
And in seeking that counsel or information, was there any evidence at times that Alex Cox or others would seek direction or instruction from Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And is that reflected in some of the text that you've provided in summary?
It is.
Was it is it reflected throughout both iCloud accounts and the overall account of Lori Vallow?
Yes, it is.
Now, turning towards an SMS text from Lori for Style at iCloud.com, can you tell us what we're looking at, from line 1763 through 1761?
This is another short text string between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow that took place on March 26th of 2019.
Okay. And could you read those lines into the record, please?
Yes. Line 1763, text from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Correct. Charles's body is alive. Line 1762 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. What did you learn? Line 1761 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later.
Why was this series of the SMS included in your summary?
These short texts actually contain a lot of information regarding what was taking place in the investigation.
How so?
Chad Daybell had identified Charles Vallow as somebody who was a dark entity whose body had been possessed by any number of spirits, which were named with various names. And so this first text, when Alex Cox is reaching out to Lori Vallow, he's affirming that Charles Vallow's body, his physical body, is still alive, and inquiring what Lori Vallow had learned about that, which she replied she had learned a lot and would contact him later.
Okay. And so, learned a lot. What does still working on it mean in context of the iCloud account and the overall investigation?
We see, or I saw, very frequent usage of that particular term. We are working on things, and that is a direct reference to this belief that they were in a battle against zombies and dark entities, and so when they would talk about working on something, they were making a reference to their efforts
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
related to that.
This is misstating the evidence that's actually been put in.
I think it's beyond the scope of what's been entered, so I'll sustain that.
Okay. When you say they said working on it, was it often Lori Vallow herself saying working on it?
Yes.
Okay. And in your review of the text section in the MMS and the various iCloud accounts reflecting Lori Vallow's statements or state of mind, did you see evidence that her brother believed what she was saying?
Frequently.
Okay. Did you see evidence reflected that would show that Alex Cox was seeking input or direction from his sister with regard to the various potential bad spirits or people's physical body?
Yes.
Turning to the SMS section of LollyTime at iCloud.com, and I see a group of text from July 9th of 2019. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that each of these slides have appeared chronological, and forgive me if I didn't ask, in preparing your summary, how did you put the various text into your summary?
I did that chronologically. So in the summary, you'll see we may move back and forth between Lori for Style at iCloud.com and LollyTime at iCloud.com. For the most part, it's Lori for Style in the beginning and the ending of this summary exhibit, and most of the middle of it is taken from LollyTime at iCloud.com. But I placed all of the data chronologically.
Why?
I think that paints the most accurate picture of what was taking place as it relates to the communications. If you separate them out into various sections, then it becomes very fragmented. And I believe that chronologically, these events took place chronologically, so it made sense to arrange the exhibit chronologically.
Okay. And so we're seeing a text communication July 9th, 2019, between Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreau. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you read those into the record, please?
Yes. Line 3135 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. They have an elaborate plan. I'll call you soon. Line 3134 from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow. I could take all the babies with and drive and take our stuff. Line 3133 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. You can't go at all. We both need to stay here to defend ourselves. Line 3132 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. It's coming to a head. This week will change everything.
Okay. Why did you include that particular series of text from Lori Vallow in your summary?
Your Honor, the only way you can answer that is through hearsay evidence.
I'll sustain that objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I guess I don't understand the objection.
Your Honor, would the court like me to clarify?
May we approach sidebar? Because I really don't understand.
Well, I'd like to have the question reread, please.
Okay.
All right, upon rehearing the question, I misheard that. I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you. Did you hear the question?
Do I have it repeated? I'm sorry. Okay. The timeline in this case is important. So this text string took place in the evening of July 9th, 2019, which is approximately 36 hours before Charles Vallow was killed. These texts are a reference to events surrounding that.
Okay.
And again, Judge, I'm going to object, just for the record, that the only way he could have gotten that information was specifically to Melanie Boudreau is through hearsay evidence from Melanie Boudreau.
All right, well, he's testified it's through information obtained through these iCloud accounts. So for that, and because they've been admitted, I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
All right. And so the timing of this communication by Lori Vallow was significant to you in relation to the death of Charles Vallow.
Correct.
Okay. And in the text, it was a text from Lori Vallow. In her own words, it's coming to a head. This week will change everything.
Yes.
Okay. And when in context of the investigation and the overall review of the iCloud, what does it's coming to a head mean to you?
It's a reference to the marriage between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow. Their marriage, from the communications and the totality of the investigation, had deteriorated substantially.
And I'll object to speculation that she's calling for him to speculate as to what these texts mean,
I'll sustain that.
and ask to strike that from the record.
All right, the final part of that answer will be stricken from the record based on the objection. The jury's instructed not to please consider that particular response.
So in your review of the evidence, in your review of the iCloud, did you learn from the defendant's own words that her marriage to Charles Vallow was deteriorated?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, I believe you earlier talked about that she characterized Charles Vallow as an obstacle. Is that correct?
Objection, that's argumentative, Judge.
Overruled.
It was actually Chad Daybell who used the phrase obstacles relating in connection with these individuals.
Okay. And so it's coming to a head, that statement from the defendant. Was there evidence within the iCloud that you reviewed, the defendant's own words, that reflected whether or not she wanted Charles Vallow out of her life as her husband?
Yes.
Okay. Let's turn to some additional text from Lori time on July 9th, 2019, reflected in the next slide. Could you please look at lines 3120 and 3072? Do you see those?
I do.
Could you read those into the record, please?
Yes. Line 3120 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Line 3072, text from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. Al is here. Charles says he will come over in the morning.
Why did you include these particular texts from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox and Melanie Boudreau in your summary?
Your Honor, I'll object that these takes things out of context. He specifically stated that he is going in line by line, and it looks like there's almost 100 lines between these two texts.
overrule the objection, and I think it's appropriate for cross-examination. Then, Mr. Thomas.
Very good, thank you.
I'm sorry, the question was, why did you include these particular text communications from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox and Melanie Boudreau in your summary?
During the course of the investigation, we found out that Adam Cox, another brother of Lori Vallow, had flown in conjunction with Charles Vallow to try to approach Lori regarding the things that were taking place. And so that's why I included these communications.
Okay. And turning to line 3120, I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. In your review of the evidence and your research on the items of relevance in the iCloud account, what is Nephi?
Nephi is the name of an ancient prophet whose life is documented or chronicled in a book of Scripture called the Book of Mormon. And so he is one of that book of Scripture spans from 600 BC to roughly 400 AD, and Nephi is one of the first prophets that is documented in that particular book.
Okay. And the phrase, I will be like Nephi, other than an ancient prophet, was there significance to the investigation that merited review in the use of the word Nephi as applied to Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Objection calls for speculation. He's already indicated that Nephi is found throughout the Book of Mormon, which is hundreds of pages long.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
In terms of Lori's use and her own words identifying herself as Nephi, what were the situations involving Nephi that were relevant to the investigations?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think there need to be some additional foundation. You're going to go into that term and what it means in the context of these communications.
Okay. So in terms of foundation, are you aware of historical attributes or story significance to the prophet Nephi?
I am.
Okay. What were the historic accounts related to the prophet Nephi?
Okay, objection vague. There are hundreds of stories about Nephi.
That's overruled.
Thank you.
The witness knows, the witness can answer.
The primary one relates to an incident where Nephi was commanded by God to slay an individual named Laban.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as this is speculative.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, you can keep going. You said it was about Nephi was commanded to slay Laban.
Yes.
And what was the rest of that particular historic accounting of the prophet Nephi?
Simply put, Laban was in possession of records that Nephi and his family wanted to possess before they left Jerusalem. And Nephi was commanded by God to slay Laban to obtain those records.
Okay. And so was Laban considered a good guy or a bad guy?
Bad guy.
Again, Your Honor, based on his response to the question, I believe it's irrelevant, and it specifically doesn't have anything to do with the crime that's charged here, and it doesn't even correlate.
Well, there's a reference to the term in the text, and I'll allow a little more on this, but it's getting outside the scope of, I think, what's relevant. Pretty quick here, Ms. Smith.
The defendant herself likened herself to Nephi, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant likened Alex Cox to Nephi, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, Nephi was commanded to kill Laban.
That's correct.
I'm going to object as to vague. Nephi was commanded to do lots of things.
Overruled.
And the date that the defendant likens herself to Nephi was July 9th, 2019?
Yes.
She also told Alex he was like Nephi, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the text communication from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau, did Lori Vallow indicate on July 10, 2019, that Alex Cox was with her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, defense counsel pointed out, and we're going to chat about this in a minute, I noticed that there's a line number and a date, and then it appears to have a different line number and a different date in your summary. Why didn't you include every text between those two?
If I included every text between the two accounts, we would be at well over 8,000 text messages. And so I chose those texts that I felt were in context and were relevant. But oftentimes there would be 3 or 4 people texting with Lori Vallow at the same time, and some of those texts in between have no relevance whatsoever to this case. Other texts were very redundant. We see the same type of communication over and over and over again. And so I chose those text messages that I believed were relevant to this case and was cautious not to prepare this summary exhibit where I'm taking things out of context.
Okay. And if you included every text, it really wouldn't be a summary, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. Now, turning towards some chats that were in Lori for Style, can you tell us what we're seeing next on slide 7?
Yes, this is a chat in the iCloud account generally was amongst multiple individuals, and the chat would contain could contain numerous texts. This is a chat between Lori Vallow, Cole Vallow, and Zach Vallow. Cole Vallow and Zach Vallow are Charles Vallow's sons.
Okay. And this is communication from Lori Vallow in that chat?
Correct.
Okay. Could you please read into the records the communications that Lori Vallow had and to whom?
Certainly. So, July 12th, 2019. Hi, boys. I have very sad news. Your dad passed away yesterday. I'm working on making arrangements, and I'll keep you informed with what's going on. I'm still not sure how to handle things. Just want you to know that I love you, and so did your dad. 3:41 p.m. on the same date. Lori, what happened? 3:43 p.m. We are still waiting for the ME report. I'll let you know more when I can. 5:54 p.m. Lori, what the fuck happened? You can't just tell us out Dad died and disappeared. You're not too busy to just let us know he died and disappear.
Okay. Why did you include this particular series of chats in your summary?
For timeline purposes, this series of communications took place the day following Charles Vallow's death, and it is indicative of the communication from Lori Vallow to Charles Vallow's sons regarding their father's death, but excludes the manner of death.
Now, let's move ahead. In terms of within a few hours of that on July 13th, could you tell us what we're seeing in the SMS section of LollyTime at iCloud.com?
Yes. This is a series of texts between Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow, and ultimately Melanie Boudreau. Subsequent to Charles Vallow's death, Brandon Boudreau, Melanie Boudreau's husband, brought an individual to the house to talk with Melanie, and this series of texts is in regards to that person.
Okay. And Lori Vallow was a part of this text communication, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was a text communication between Lori and Chad Chad and included Melanie Boudreau.
Correct.
Okay. Could you please read those into the record?
Yes. Line 3002 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will check all bloomer and husband. Line 3001 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Good idea. Line 3000 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Allie Bloomer is 4.1 dark. Her cop husband is 3 dark. I suppose Brandon doesn't know yet about the discovered Charles's texts. Line 2996 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. Allie Bloomer's husband, 3, and then a dark emoji.
And so these texts, involving Chad, Lori, and then ultimately Melanie Boudreau were between 9:30 p.m. and around 10:05 p.m. on the 13th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you include these texts between that time in your summary?
I included them because they demonstrate that anyone who tried to intercede was identified as dark.
I don't understand
I don't
how.
want to object. That's speculative, and we're now getting into the weeds.
I'll sustain that and wish to have the answer stricken, I presume.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the previous answer will be stricken, not to be considered by the jurors.
Okay. So, did you have in context of the iCloud, did it reflect who Allie Bloomer was?
Allie Bloomer was a friend of Melanie Boudreau.
Okay. And Allie
Brandon Boudreau.
Okay. And did you learn whether or not Allie Bloomer had approached Melanie Boudreau about her situation with Lori Vallow?
It was Brandon
Objection
Boudreau.
hearsay, Judge.
Overruled.
It was Brandon Boudreau who brought Allie Bloomer and her husband, who was a police officer, over to the house to talk to Melanie Boudreau.
Okay. And then this text communication reflects reaching out by Lori Vallow and Chad Vallow, and ultimately to Melanie Boudreau about the sort of status of Allie Bloomer and her husband.
Correct. Those two individuals visited the Boudreau residence, and they were identified as dark.
Now, sticking within this same time frame, within a day and a half of Charles Vallow's deaths, there were other text or SMS that you considered relevant?
Yes.
Can you tell us what we're seeing as reflected in line 2967 from July 13th?
Yes, this is a text between Chad Daybell or a text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow regarding plans for the two of them to get together.
Can you please read that for
Yes.
us?
Line 2967. Concerning the 2 weeks, BYU Idaho's graduation is July 23rd. Adam is getting his bachelor's, and Leah and Joe are getting their associates. They are all walking in the same commencement ceremony. I feel she will be gone by then, but I will still have that hoopla to deal with because a lot of my and Adam's family are coming and will stay for July 24th. So I believe that's why the Lord hinted I might not get to be with you until that is over. Please ask about that.
And were there additional text associated with that conversation?
Yes.
Are we seeing those on the next slide?
There's a series, the next few slides, I believe.
Okay. If you could, what's the next date and time of that text in this series of communication between Chad and Lori?
July 14th of 2019.
Could you read the text into the record, please?
Yes. Line 2962 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Good morning, my most beautiful Lily. Thanks for joining me in the shower this morning. Wow. Getting ready to leave for my meetings. Does noon your time look like a time we could talk? I love you so immensely that the whole universe knows it, and very soon the people on this little blue globe will know it too. Line 2961. Morning sunshine, sure, call me if you get a chance. And that's from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
And let's move to I believe this is the rest of the series.
It is the rest of the series, but then it gets into also another aspect of the iCloud accounts.
Okay. If we could finish this series and then we'll go back and finish this aspect, is that okay?
Okay.
Okay.
So the last in the series would be 2935 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I love you so much. You are my greatest desire and my best friend. Now on with the story.
Okay. So turning back to what began with the series, why did you include this series of text communications from Chad and to Lori and vice versa?
I included this due to the reference that Chad Daybell stated, I feel she will be gone by then. And then at the end, I believe that's why the Lord hinted I might not get to be with you until that is over.
What relevance did it have in terms of your review of the iCloud and the evidence overall?
The reference to Tammy Daybell being gone and the ability for Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow to be together at a future point.
I'm going to object to speculation and ask that it be stricken.
I'll sustain that.
So following up on that, had you seen previous texts and communications or heard from witnesses that Chad Daybell had told people Tammy Daybell was going to die?
From witnesses that were interviewed, yes, we heard repeatedly that Chad Daybell had told numerous persons that Tammy Daybell
Objection, that's hearsay, Judge.
Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. If you want to argue in response to the...
Oh, thank you. Your Honor, this is part of the relevance of a summary of an agent. It has to be viewed in context of the evidence overall. We aren't authoring the statement that Tammy was going to die for the truth that the person said it. What we're doing is to put this text and this communication in context, put this communication in context of what the co-conspirators are discussing. And so while defense counsel's argument is that it's speculation, in context of his knowledge, his experience, his analysis, his looking at all of the iClouds, it's not speculation.
Well, it was hearsay was the specific objection lodged.
Well, and, Your Honor, it's a statement of a co-conspirator.
Okay.
In furtherance of conspiracy.
Well, go ahead, Mr.
Go ahead.
Thomas.
I guess I'm just saying, I'm saying what he's saying is that the information that he got from other people that Tammy was going to die is hearsay. That was his response.
No, that wasn't his response, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask another question, Ms. Smith.
Had you learned from the review of iCloud and information that Chad Daybell told people that Chad, in his own words, said that Tammy was going to die?
Yes.
Okay. And knowing that information, did that put this text and SMS message in context?
Yes.
Okay. There's also a line that says, please ask about that. What, if any, significance did that line have to you?
During the course of the communications, there were several times where Chad and Lori would ask one another to seek confirmation of a specific plan or event that may take place in the future.
And so in this is an example where Chad is asking Lori's advice.
He's asking her to ask about what he's just laid out.
Okay. The next in that series has a line, good morning, my most beautiful Lily. What, if any, significance did that line have to you?
Both Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow had multiple names that they used for one another. Chad was known as Chad Daybell, Raphael, and James. Lori Vallow was known as Lily and Elena.
So they would call each other these names in between various texts?
Yes, for the most part, Lily was used very frequently by Chad Daybell in reference to Lori Vallow.
Okay. And is this discussion of thanks for joining me in the shower this morning evidence that Lori was physically with Chad?
No.
Objection, that's calling for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know or have information on July 14th, 2019 at 7:42 in the morning whether Lori Vallow was physically with Chad Daybell?
She was not. She was in Arizona.
Okay. And looking at this text, is it uncommon between the two that they would imply they had been with each other when physically that was impossible?
That's correct.
Is there any other reason of significance to you why you included this particular part of the text string?
The reference by Chad Daybell that soon the people on this little blue globe will know how much he loved Lori Vallow.
Okay. Why was that significant?
It's directly relevant to their relationship with one another and their plans together in the future.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think he's making a conclusion that's best made by the jury itself, not by a witness.
All right, well, the objection's not timely, so overruled.
Thank you.
All right. Now, turning to sort of the end of this line of text communication, you indicated, I love you so much, you are my greatest desire and best friend. Now, on with the story. What did that mean?
In the iCloud, in the SMS section as well as the email section, there is a story authored by Chad Daybell entitled The James and Elena Story. It is partly accurately historical as to real events, and it is partly fantasy. And so this is a segment that Chad Daybell sent to Lori Vallow on July 14th of 2019 that contains a part of this James and Elena story.
And you in your summary didn't include the whole story of James and Elena.
No, I did not.
Why did you pick portions?
I picked those portions that I felt were illustrative of how Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met and some of the significant events that occurred early on in their relationship that were journaled or chronicled by Chad Daybell.
Okay. And so these portions had relevance in terms of timing on when he sent them?
Not so much on timing of when he sent them versus the contents.
Okay. And but these were sent. This one, that I believe we're seeing one of those texts on line 2933 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow on July 14th, 2019.
Correct.
Less than 3 days after her husband died.
Correct.
Okay. Could you please read that into the record?
Yes. Line 2933, text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. They would both attend the same event in mid-November, and it seemed like that day would never arrive. Each day they opened their hearts to each other a little more. James knew he could trust her with the mysteries of the universe that had been revealed to him. He knew they had been married before, and they had been close friends with the Savior when he lived in Jerusalem. James had served in an important position in the Lord's church, and Elena had been his beloved spouse and best friend. That relationship was now meant to continue in this lifetime.
And did that text exchange between Lori and Chad continue?
Yes.
And that was at July 14th at 3:05. The next one.
Correct.
Okay. Could you please read that one into the record?
Yes, line 2930, text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. As James and Elena talked on the phone, he tried to delicately describe their connection to each other, and he was delighted that she believed him. He also shared that they had been married at other times on a previous world, and she accepted that information as well. James was overjoyed to have these memories restored to him because he truly loved her with all of his heart. He knew they were meant to be married again and complete important missions together before the second coming. He was ecstatic that she was receiving confirmation of these things as well. As they talked on the phone, the spiritual connection was so intense that it also produced physical desires, and it was as if their spirits were making love despite the great distance between them. James knew his spirit was visiting her during those occasions. He also became
Objection
aware...
misstates the actual text.
It was misread.
I'm sorry, what did I misread?
If you want to just start again at James knew his spirit, we don't need to start all over again.
All right. James knew his spirit was visiting her during those conversations. He also became aware that his spirit would visit her at night, and they would wrap around each other in a sensual embrace. Kissing her was so wonderful and real, and he knew that the next time they saw each other, he needed to kiss her. He wouldn't be able to resist holding her. He was absolutely in love with her in every way.
Why did you include those fraction of the James and Elena story in your summary?
I included those because of the insight they give into the way in which Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met and how their relationship began.
Turning to the next lines in Lolly Time, line 2915 from July 14th, 2019. Could you please read what's included in slide 13?
Yes. Line 2915, text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Hanging in there, but really missing you too. Please find out the name of Mel's campout in Utah. I have no intention of going, but I feel it is our avenue to get together, whether she is still here or not. Line 2914, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Zion's Family Camp. Mel speaks Wednesday night and Dave speaks Thursday night. Shelley M. is their main speaker, eye roll. Line 2913, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Well, that should work for me to get away, though. I spoke at it 2 years ago, which is when I first met Mel. What time do you fly out tomorrow? Line 2913, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. My trip to speak at the camp, July 24th through 26th, has been approved and is now on the calendar.
Why did you include that series of text between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow in your summary?
During the course of the investigation, we discovered travel that Chad Daybell undertook July 24th through the 26th, where he flew to Arizona to visit Lori Vallow. This is the story that he came up with to justify his travel.
Did their texting continue on that 14th?
It did.
Can you please identify in reading of the record what is contained on slide 14?
Line 2889, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I need so badly to just gently kiss you for hours. Line 2888, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It would likely lead to other activities. Line 2887, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, likely or luckily, line 2886 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It would luckily lead to nakedness.
So this text exchange between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow occurred on July 14th around 8:30 at night.
Correct.
Okay, and that's of 2019.
Yes.
Okay. Just about 3 days after Charles Vallow was killed.
Correct.
Can you please identify and read into the record what's in the chat section of Lori for Style on line 2127?
Yes, this is a continuation of the chat between Lori Vallow, Cole Vallow, and Zach Vallow on July 15th, 2019. Okay, Lori, it's been 3 days. You let us know our father passed away over a text message. 3 days and we haven't heard from anyone. The only information we have is that one text from you saying he passed away. You disappeared after that. We need any information you have. What happened? When did it happen? How did it happen? Where is he now? Are there any funeral plans? And can Zach and I be part of it? We talk to him all the time and now he's gone. He was our dad and we loved him very much. We deserve answers. Also, why have you been the only one to contact us? We haven't heard from Colby or Tylee. I know they are affected too. I called Colby recently too, but he didn't answer. Is JJ safe, and what does he know? I need to be kept in the loop about this all. This isn't a nonchalant topic you can just throw a text at and be done with it.
Why did you include this particular chat from Lori for Style in your summary?
Mainly just to show the communication between her and Charles Vallow's children and the fact that she did not communicate what had taken place.
Okay. And so she had communicated on July 12th with them about their father dying?
Correct.
Did you find evidence that she gave them any information in the text that you saw from July 12th to July 14th about what happened to their father?
No.
But the text that we saw between her and Melanie Boudreau and her and Chad had occurred in that intervening period?
Correct.
In that intervening period, did you see any evidence in her text communication with the people of sorrow or regret or remorse over Charles Vallow's death?
Objection, it's not relevant.
Sorrow, remorse,
Speculative.
sorrow, remorse, and regret are consciousness of guilt and are highly relevant to a defendant's state of mind.
It's moved to strike, and it's also speculative.
Yeah, okay, first, no speaking objections or responses, please. So the objection is overruled.
In the text messaging and the account that you saw of Lori Vallow from the time she notified Charles Vallow's sons on July 12th of his death to the time that Charles Vallow's sons reached out on July 15th, did you find any evidence or evidence of remorse, regret, or sorrow in the defendant's communications with anyone?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I believe that's the jury's province to decide that.
Overruled.
None.
Your Honor, we're transitioning to another section. I certainly can do that, but that will take more than 5 minutes. This might be a decent stopping place if you want us to end at noon.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and do that, since it appears it'll be more time for this witness. At this time, I'll allow the state to continue with the direct examination of the witness, Investigator Hart. I'll just inquire as we get started with testimony again, since we had the weekend break. Detective, have you had any, or agent I should say, did you review at all in any way any of the trial testimony in this case since we broke on Friday afternoon?
No, Your Honor.
All right. With that in mind, then, Ms. Smith, if you'd like to continue with your direct examination, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
We had just finished with some text on July 15th of 2019, and ending with a chat that had occurred with Lori Vallow and from Charles Vallow's son. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. Let us turn to some more conversations or information you included in your summary from July 15th of 2019. Okay. So if you could look at the next slide, I think it's noted as slide 16, and take a look at this. Now, this is the same exhibit that you prepared in summary for court today?
Yes.
Okay. And just so the record's clear, this summary is a summary of what?
It's a summary of content from two iCloud accounts, Lori for Style at iCloud.com and LollyTime at iCloud.com.
That was part of the evidence submitted obtained by the investigators containing the defendant's communications with people.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you could take a look at the next slide, and we'll go through just these two on the 15th. Can you tell us why you included these two messages?
Yes, I included these messages because they were a reference to the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, and there was a statement from Lori Vallow about the status of that relationship.
Okay. If you could just read into the record, please, so that it's clear what are the text communications between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow that you included from July 15th.
Line 2827 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I know you won't get this text for another hour or so, but my love for you is overflowing right now. I just want to hold you endlessly. You are my wonderful best friend that I can't live without. Line 2826 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. And yet you are. So sad. Missing you. Just landed. Gotta get to work.
And so why did these two particular texts, amongst the thousands that you saw, catch your attention and include in the summary?
It discusses Chad Daybell's statement that he can't live without Lori Vallow, and she responds, and yet you are.
Why was that relevant for investigative purposes?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for a legal conclusion.
My question was cut off, Your Honor. I said, why was that relevant for investigators' purposes?
And I'm objecting as it calls for a legal conclusion.
It's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. You may answer.
It was clear to investigators that the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow was a driving force behind the crimes that have been alleged in this case.
Turning to some conversations on July 18th, and I believe these go on for a few bits, but could you take a look at them? Why did you include these particular communications?
This slide and two or three slides after this slide contain a text string between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow regarding the fact that Charles Vallow had changed the beneficiary of his life insurance from Lori Vallow to another individual. I included this because it was pertinent in terms of potential financial motives in this case.
If you could, starting with the lines on page 17, could you take a look at those and read those into the record?
Yes. Line 2706 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I am not the beneficiary. It is a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon, or probably Kay. He left nothing for JJ. Line 2705 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Wow, that's terrible. There is no way to find out. Line 2704 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday. I could check the emails sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently.
If you could, continue on to slide 18, read those as well.
Line 2703 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It seems you would have had to agree to the change. Maybe your name was forged. You should have a good paper trail to prove it. Line 2702 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I love you. This is terrible, but it is probably another step in bringing down the Gadiantons, especially Brandon. Line 2701 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent, and anyone can change their beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be K. Line 2700. From Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It will be interesting if it got changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
And continuing on this line of summary.
Line 2699 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I don't think it could have. You can't change it after the death date. They would review that. Line 2698 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, I'm thinking Kay as well. She is probably freaking out that you got those computers. I'm going to shower and give you a blessing. I'm eager to get home so we can talk. It really will be okay, my love. You are wonderful. Line 2687 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS. Line 2683 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. When you get out of the temple, please text this phone. I'm home alone until about 3:30 your time. I love you so much.
Now, you indicated that you included this in your summary of the text because it discussed potential financial motive for various crimes.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back and look at this sort of beginning of this text communication. And why did you talk about getting the letter or include getting the letter from the insurance company saying that Lori was not the beneficiary? Why did you include that text?
I included that because it was apparent that Lori Vallow was surprised to find out that the beneficiary had been changed.
Okay. And was there, turning to the next slide, was there anything significant to you about it is probably another step in bringing down the Gadiantons, especially Brandon? In your review of the iCloud, all the iCloud records in context of the entire investigation that you were part of, did you understand what that meant?
Yes.
What did that mean?
Gadiantons is another reference to the Book of Mormon. The Gadiantons were a secret society, a group of robbers, evil people. So when the phrase Gadianton is used, it's simply identifying someone as being evil in this case, or also in this case, Brandon Boudreaux.
Okay. And why would the inclusion of Brandon Boudreaux in a conversation about Charles Vallow's life insurance money have any significance to you in the investigation?
I'm going to object as it misstates the evidence that's actually been presented. There's no reference to Brandon Boudreaux.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Why would the reference to Brandon in the text at line 2702 have any significance to you as it's inserted in a text conversation about Charles Vallow's life insurance?
That particular line in and of itself isn't terribly significant, other than we know from the investigation that that marriage was also in a tumultuous time, but it was a text in a series of text strings, one following the other, so I included it in amongst this series.
And what, if any, significance was there to the conversation about he can change it at any time? And ending with, I'm thinking it must be Kay. Did you know who Kay was?
Yes.
Who was Kay?
Kay Woodcock, Charles Vallow's sister.
And turning to the line 2687, what, if any, significance in the investigation was there to a conversation about $4,000 a month from SS?
That's an indication that Lori Vallow would still receive that amount of money on a monthly basis from Social Security.
Okay. And as of July 18th, 2019, had Lori Vallow yet started to receive Social Security from JJ or for JJ from Charles's Social Security account?
Not at that date. That took place a little later on.
And yet it's referenced in line 2687.
Correct.
And that text communication about anticipated Social Security funds was on July 18, 2019, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Okay. Turning to additional conversations on July 18, 2019, do you see those?
I do.
Okay. What, if any, significance to the investigation and or investigators' follow-up did this text communication have?
This short series of texts between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell is critically important because it is the first overt communication between them referencing the pending deaths of JJ and Tylee.
Okay. Can you read to us the text communications we're seeing on slides 20?
Yes. Line 2667. I have been instructed, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I have been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary, so I will. Line 2665 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Okay, find out her percentage for me and JJ's. Line 2660 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. She is at 0.13. I turned up the pain to 10 and placed a spiritual virus in her. He is at 99.99. Raphael visited him and told him to follow Amy into the light. I also assured him that James would love and take care of his mommy, which he will with all of his heart and soul. Line 2658 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. That is sweet. I miss you desperately.
In your review of the evidence and the iCloud in particular, what significance, if any, did the I have been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary have in context of the investigation?
Hillary is the name of the entity that allegedly possessed or inhibited Tylee Ryan's body.
And so if you saw references to Hillary, based on the context of the iCloud, that was talking about the spirit in Tylee Ryan's body.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in there's a communication where Lori Vallow is asking Chad to find out her percentages for me and JJ. What did that mean in context of your review of the iCloud?
The reference to the word percentage is a reference to death percentage, meaning the timing or pending death of the individual.
And so there seems to be a response from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow about a number, that percentage and timing of impending death. Is that what we see in line 260?
Correct. You see two different numbers.
Okay. What are those? If you could explain those to us.
Objection, Your Honor. This is going to call for him to speculate as to what these numbers are. I don't think there's any real proof, and I don't think there's been any testimony as to what these numbers are.
Sustained.
Your Honor, were you familiar and did you read almost the entire iCloud?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any information that would lead you to understand what those percentages mean?
Yes.
What information was contained in the documents, which were the defendant's own words, right?
Yes.
What information did you learn in the iCloud that would lead you to understand what those numbers meant in context of the defendant's statements and those statements of her co-conspirators?
There are three total conversations or sets of text strings regarding the death percentage for J.J. Tiley and Tammy Daybell. There's this one, there's another that occurs on July 30th, and then the third one occurs on August 10th. The content of these three text conversations builds upon one another, and in the subsequent text messages, there is again references to being close to.
If you'll just
One moment,
for a
please.
moment. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
Thanks.
You can continue.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry, you got cut off. You were talking about reviewing multiple conversations about death percentages. And could you explain to us how it is you conclude what that means in context of the defendant's own words and the statements of our code of conspirators?
Well, the closer an individual was to zero in some instances, or in this instance with JJ, 100, the closer they were to their death.
Okay. And what information did Chad Daybell provide to Lori Vallow about a number associated with Tiley?
He indicates that she is at 0.13.
And what number did Chad Daybell provide about JJ's death percentage?
99.99.
Okay. Did you see references throughout the iCloud in the defendant's own words and the statements of her co-conspirators to lead you to understand who Raphael was?
Yes, Raphael is one of the other two names that was used by Chad Daybell.
Names associated with himself?
Yes.
Okay. What was the other name again?
James.
Okay. And is that the reference to the individual later in that same section?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in response to this death percentage for Tiley and the death percentage to JJ, what was the defendant's response?
That is sweet. I miss you desperately.
Turning to text communications reflected later in the iCloud, was there additional communication between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on July 18th after the conversation about the death percentage for JJ and Tiley?
Yes.
Could you please, are those reflected in slide 21?
Yes.
Could you read those into the record, please?
Line 2656 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You are so adorable, beautiful, wonderful, heavenly, luscious, and angelic. So many divine attributes rolled into one dynamic, desirable package. I want you even more desperately than you want me. Line 2622 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Just grab me by the storm, and I will follow you to the ends of the universe. Line 2608 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. When might that be? Line 2607 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Wednesday evening, and then repeatedly and gloriously until Friday.
And that communication continues, correct?
The next slide as well, yes.
Could you read those into the record, please?
Line 2605 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. And then what? Line 2604 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Back to crying and saying goodbye, back to the box. Line 2603 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. This trip to Utah had a lot of finality to it. I was told extreme changes are coming for me and to Utah. I welcome them both.
Now, in the text communication that's displayed to us on slides 21 and 22, why did you include this part of that communication in your summary for presentation in court?
Mainly for two reasons. One, it substantiates the affair that was being had between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, and it references a trip that Chad Daybell was planning to take to visit Lori Vallow the next week. So this text is on July 18th, 2019. Chad Daybell's travel to visit Lori Vallow in Arizona took place July 24th through July 26th, 2019, which is a Wednesday through Friday. So if you look at line 2607, it states Wednesday evening until Friday.
Okay. Are you aware of what some of the phrase, grab me by the storm and I will follow you to the ends of the earth, meant?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. What did that mean?
The word storm is the name they had given to Chad Daybell's penis.
Okay. And so this was an anticipation of getting together with each other for sexual purposes?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, Chad Daybell, was he still married to Tammy?
Yes.
How far from Charles Vallow's death was that?
This is 7 days after Charles Vallow's death.
And at the end of the communication, there's some lines about, and then what, back to crying and saying goodbye. Do you see those on slide 22?
I do.
What, if any, significance in terms of your review of the entire iCloud did that part of the conversation have to the investigation?
It's a reference to their relationship and the fact that it is now one-sided due to Lori Vallow being no longer married.
And what about the trip to Utah? What, if any, significance did that have in context of the other interviews and evidence that had been reviewed?
I don't particularly think the trip to Utah has a lot of significance. It's just one of the texts that concluded this string.
Okay. And the statement, I was told extreme changes are coming for me and Utah? Was that from Chad Daybell?
That's a reference from Chad Daybell regarding changes that he is anticipating.
Now, you've included on slides 23 a series of text communications starting in the Lolly Time account at line 2487 from July 20th, 2019. Do you see those?
I do.
Okay. Why did you include these text communications?
These are relevant because they demonstrate some of the religious concepts that were at play in this investigation, particularly as it relates to children being designated as being possessed or inhibited by demons. In this case, they're talking about Melanie Boudreau's children.
Blake, was that one of Melanie Boudreau's children?
That's her son.
If you could please read those into the these text SMS messages from Lolly Time into the record.
Yes. Line 2487 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. What's Blake's percentage? Line 2486 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. He drew 3 crosses on the wall in his bedroom. We just finished painting over them. Line 2485 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, like he was marking it for the dark side to find him. Line 2482 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Blake is at 7. S-I, I took my sword of light and sliced his aura vertically in several places. You should be able to now rip and burn it. Line 2481 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I also decreased his pain tolerance to 1% and greatly increased his pain. His desire to depart is at 80%.
I understand you've explained you included this to show a conversation about the darkness of children. Did this text communication have any more significance to you?
I think that it is fairly self-explanatory.
Okay. Moving to the next text communication on the next day that you pulled and included on slide 24. Can you tell us why you included this series of text or SMS messages from Lolly Time in your summary?
Yes, this is a short text string that is a follow-up in reference to the life insurance beneficiary change, where Lori Vallow is communicating to Chad Daybell that she now knows who the beneficiary of that life insurance policy is.
Can you read that into this text exchange on slide 24 into the record, please?
Yes. Line 2438 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Found it. Ned gave all of it to Rhonda, 2/26/19. Line 2432 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Glad you found that out. Line 2430 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. It fits. Now she will try to take him. THX for working on her. Work on me too. Reading all this stuff makes me sick. Line 2423 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. We will work hard on Rhonda when we are together. I will get her numbers as low as I can by Wednesday. Line 2419 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Good, let's work on it hard.
Now, you indicated it was information about the life insurance account, but in your review of multiple communications of Lori Vallow and multiple communications of Charles Vallow, was there a common association with the name Rhonda?
Yes.
What was that?
Rhonda is the name of the entity or dark spirit that supposedly inhibited Kay Woodcock.
And so reference in here about Ned, that we've heard that before, that was?
Ned, the reference to Ned is Charles Vallow.
Okay. And the reference to Rhonda was?
Kay Woodcock.
Okay. And so it's an indication that Charles Vallow gave the insurance money to Kay Woodcock.
Exactly.
And the date that Ms. Lori Vallow found out it happened?
No. The date is indicative of the date that Charles Vallow changed the beneficiary of his policy.
Okay. Now, is there anything else of significance you wanted to review as to slide 24?
No.
Okay. Turning to the next conversation, I see a reference to James and Elena again. And I recognize you talked about this a bit on Friday, but since there's been a bit of a break, who were James and Elena again?
James and Elena are alternative names, James being Chad Daybell and Elena being Lori Vallow. The James and Elena story, which is contained in its entirety in the iCloud accounts, is partly historical, accurate information chronicling the events in the lives of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, and it's partly fantasy.
Okay. So when you say the James and Elena story, is it just, one or two emails? Was it easy to put that story together?
Well, it wasn't difficult to put it together, but it's several segments written over time by Chad Daybell and then sent to Lori Vallow.
Okay. And so when you say several segments, there would be a text message one day, an email another, an MMS another, spread across iCloud accounts.
I believe it was limited to just texts and emails, but yes, it was spread out over time.
Okay. And understanding that you were one of the supervisory investigators on this, did you task members of the FBI to help comb through the iCloud and find the parts of the James and Elena story?
Yes, I saw all of the James and Elena story in my review of the iCloud accounts, but in order to corroborate portions of that story, I assigned an analyst to accumulate the entire story and then go through to find corroborative data or evidence to indicate the accuracy of the story.
So in order for someone to see the entirety of the James and Elena story, they either have to be able to hop around the iCloud,
Correct.
or they have to have somebody kind of take it from here and take it from this date and sort of put it together.
Yes.
Now, and forgive me, I just want to make sure I understand. I know a long time ago in the public, stories would appear kind of in periodicals. There'd be a segment in the paper one week, right? And then a segment in the paper the next, and over time you heard the whole
I
story.
want to object. This seems to be a narrative from the
I'm just laying a
state's
foundation,
prosecutor, and
Judge.
I'm not done objecting here. And it doesn't seem like there's a question, Judge.
And I'll sustain that. It's an improper question at this point, Ms. Smith.
Understood, Your Honor. May I approach the bench, not on that issue, but I want clarification on some procedures the court outlined
Yes.
on Friday? Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Smith, you can ask another question.
Thank you. Agent, have you seen situations where stories are pieced out in a periodical over time?
Yes.
Okay. Is that similar to how the James and Elena story evolved?
Yes, over a fairly abbreviated period of time.
Okay. So there's no one text that any one person could go to that would give them the James and Elena story?
Correct.
Okay. And so in order to compile that, that would have to be like a summary of the James and Elena story?
Yes.
Okay. Now, turning to this text, could you please read the contents of slide 25 into the record?
Yes, line 2397, text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. James and Elena had agreed to visit the temple the following morning. She returned to the hotel room, and after additional romance on the couch, they calmed their nerves enough to give each other a blessing. As James placed his hands on her head, he connected with Elena's true, eternal self. He knew he was in the presence of an exalted goddess who had returned to earth to perform a special mission. This mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear to him, but the immense power radiating from her confirmed his belief that she was among the greatest women in the universe.
And the communication it goes on to the next slide, correct?
Yes.
Could you please read slide 26 into the record?
Line 2395, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. They embraced following the blessings, and the emotions they felt were a mixture of eternal bliss and celestial desire. The sexual chemistry was undeniable, but the spiritual unity was a glorious bonus for both of them. They had only known each other for 3 weeks, but two lonely, misunderstood souls had finally found their best friend that they could trust and confide in. Line 2394, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. She loves it.
And it appears there's one more portion of that.
Correct.
Can you read us slide 27, please?
Line 2390, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. They arrived at the temple, and they both felt they should do sealings together. They were soon seated in a sealing room facing each other. Elena looked so stunning as she smiled at him. She seemed calm, while he felt quite nervous. Their opportunity soon came to kneel across the altar from each other, and as the sealer pronounced those sacred words, James and Elena knew that they were now sealed as husband and wife for eternity. As the earthly sealing was taking place, a similar scene involving their spirits was happening on a higher plane, where they kissed and unified their souls. They knew they had just begun a new journey together that was eternal and never-ending.
We'll go back to each portion of that, but is this the entire James and Elena story?
No.
Okay. It's just a couple sections that occurred on July 21st of 2019.
Correct.
Because your summary of the iCloud was chronological?
Yes.
All right. So let's step back and look at slide 25. Why did you choose to include this part of the James and Elena story in your summary?
I included this slide because of the reference to the full plan not being completely clear to him.
Why would that be relevant to the investigators in the investigation?
The fact that a plan existed is relevant to the investigation and to the subsequent actions that took place over the course of time.
Anything else that, other than that there's discussion of what the plan was, and did you believe that to be a reference to a plan for what?
A plan on how they would progress together.
Was there anything else significant about this particular text?
The only other thing I would add is that this mission included being with him.
Okay. And in terms of the portion of the James and Elena story that is reflected on line 2395, why did you include this portion?
This I included for the reference that two lonely, misunderstood souls had finally found their best friend that they could trust and confide in, as a reference to their blossoming relationship.
Now, when you say a reference to their blossoming relationship, I thought they had met in November of 2018.
No, they met in October 26th through the 28th of 2018 at a conference in St. George, Utah. The second time that they met in person was in mid-November at a conference in Arizona.
Okay. And so if they had met in October and then again in November of 2018, why do you say blossoming relationship that's as reflected in a text from July of 2019?
Because the James and Elena story is the history of their relationship. So he is talking about their second meeting where they had decided to attend a temple and do a sealing ceremony.
Okay. And did you see a response from Lori Vallow in response to receiving the James and Elena story?
That she loved it.
Okay. And at this point, how long has Charles Vallow been dead?
10 days.
Was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Correct.
Moving to the next part of that James and Elena conversation, you referenced the temple, and the text appears to reference the temple. Did the investigators follow up to obtain temple records?
Yes.
And were those temple records analyzed?
Yes.
What information of relevance to the investigation was obtained in the temple records?
Those records show that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow attended the Gilbert, Arizona temple together on November 16th of 2019.
Would that have been
2018, I'm sorry.
2018? Okay. And would that have been that second meeting you referenced?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection, this is speculative, Judge. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Is there anything else of relevance to this segment of this one text that's a part of the James and Elena story?
Yes, according to the story that in attending the temple on that date, James and Elena knew they were now sealed together as husband and wife, showing that they believed they were married.
Okay. And the temple records that you reflected that both Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow had been at the temple in Gilbert, Arizona in November of 2018.
November 16th.
Okay. At or near the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you see, as reflected in slide 28, did you see any additional response of Lori Vallow about receiving this chronicle story of James and Elena?
Yes.
Is that what's reflected, or part of it reflected in slide 28?
Correct.
Okay. Can you please read that into the record?
Line 2388 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. It's making me so happy to read about our life that I am finally going to dance, missing you and loving you from afar. Line 2374 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. It was great. I feel free again. I love you more than ever and can't wait to be with you forever. I'm begging Father and Mother. That's my job tonight. Line 2373 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will be right beside you, begging just as much. I need you desperately.
Why did you include this part of the communication from the iCloud in your summary?
I believe it was relevant to show Lori Vallow's response to the segments of the James and Elena story.
Now, turning to communications on July 22nd of 2019, why did you include this series of communications from Lolly Time in your summary?
I included these communications because it contains a clear reference to the plans that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow had to be together and disclosed a location where they intended to live as part of their plan.
Could you read to us in the record the contents of the text included on slide 29, and I believe it also goes into 30.
Line 2352 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Love you. Going with Garth in an hour to see Other Side of Heaven 2. Missing you desperately, but so excited to be with you. Line 2349 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love you. You will enjoy the scenery. Looks like Kauai a lot. Line 2346 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Hopefully we will be there someday soon together. Line 2345 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. That is the plan. Line 2344 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. And my greatest desire. Line 2334 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Hi, darling. Back from the movie. We enjoyed it. I look forward to being on a tropical island with you.
So what significance did the reference to Kauai have to you in your review of the iCloud in context of the evidence that had been accumulated?
In the totality of the case, for the entire time span of the case, it's relevant because Kauai is the island where Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow traveled to be married, and that is the island where they were found after the children were known to be missing, and ultimately that's where Lori Vallow was arrested on some charges.
Okay. And so, but they were in Kauai when?
They were married in Kauai on November 5th of 2019, and after being contacted by the Rexburg Police Department for a welfare check on JJ, they traveled the very next day to Kauai.
And so, but this text communication referencing a future together in Kauai was in July of 2019.
Correct.
Again, Tammy Daybell was still alive.
Yes.
Was there anything else of significance on this particular slide?
No.
Moving to slide 30, what, if any, significance did this text communication have to you?
This series of texts is significant in that it is a positive affirmation that of their belief that Tylee is possessed by some sort of entity, and Lori Vallow is asking Chad Daybell to check on Tylee to see if that entity has been switched from her body.
In line 2276, was there also a reference to JJ?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in a text communication initiated by Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, correct?
Yes.
And then line 2244 is a text communication from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell wanting Chad to check on Tylee.
Correct.
Okay. And then 2243, again, was a text from Lori Vallow initiating to see if Tylee was switched.
Yes.
Okay. And so when switched, just so that we're clear, in context of the defendant's communications, how did the defendant's communications use the word switched?
That was used to indicate one evil entity leaving the body to potentially be possessed by another.
Okay. And this is a text communication initiated by Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else of significance in this text line?
Do I need to read it in the record?
Thank you. I apologize. I missed that one. Yes, please.
Line 2276 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Good morning. Missing you. Didn't sleep much. Need you to check JJ. Weird stuff happened in the middle of the night. It's like they distracted us with Blake. Line 2244 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. When you get home, check Tylee. She is being super sweet and helpful, and she cleaned her room. She got switched. Totally not her. Line 2243 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. See if she got switched. Line 2241 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, she was switched. Please let me know when you can talk, and I will explain it.
Now, turning to a conversation on July 26, 2019, do you see that reflected in slide 31?
Yes.
Okay. And that proceeds into slide 32, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you include this series of text communications in your summary?
This is, again, an occasion where Lori Vallow is asking Chad Daybell to check on her children based on their behaviors.
Could you read slide 31 into the record, please?
Line 2120, text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. How are things at home? Line 2119, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. She's fine. Need you to check JJ. She said he was calm and he watched movies all day, which he would never do. Line 2118 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, missing you.
Proceeding on to the text communication on slide 32, could you read those into the record?
Line 2117 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow, missing you too. It is still JJ. I'm told she is lying about him being calm and watching movies. Line 2101, text from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Mel knew. She called me. She felt the real Brighton last night and knew she was different. She was told I didn't want to tell her. She is taking well and knowing it is part of a big plan. She is amazing, although I'm still pretty upset over it. I love you, trying to hang in there, missing your kisses.
Now, between slide 31 and 32, why did you include these particular text communications in addition to checking on JJ and Tylee? Why did you include these two slides?
I included them because of the references to JJ and then the other reference to Brighton, who is another of Melanie Boudreau's children. Based on the content of that text, appears that Brighton has now been designated as being possessed by an entity.
And you say Melanie Boudreau's children. Was that child's father Brandon Boudreau?
Correct.
Now, it also says there's the word big plan. In context of the defendant's communications, what did big plan refer to?
It referred to those things that would take place in the future that were being planned by Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Okay. Now, did you review the iCloud for, discussion of a plan or future together?
Yes, there are several references which I have included in the summary presentation to plans and the future.
Okay. And that use of the word plan was used by Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell?
Correct.
Okay. Any idea how many times?
No.
Okay. Turning to communications, also on July 26, 2019, reflected in slide 33, why did you include these particular communications?
July 26, 2019 was the day that Chad Daybell flew home after having spent a few days with Lori Vallow in Arizona, and this is the message that he sent to, these are the messages that he sent to Lori Vallow upon his return to his home in Rexburg, Idaho.
Could you please read those into the record?
Sure. Line 2066 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I'm home, missing you immensely and feeling very tired, but I had a splendid time with you, my love. I will text again soon. Line 2059 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Tonight I figured out who I feel like. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter who has to live with the Dudleys in his little space under the stairs. Every few weeks I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess lover, but then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming.
As of July 26, 2019, Chad Daybell was still married to Tammy Daybell.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else of significance as to slide 33?
No.
Okay. Turning to communications that you included from July 27th from the Lally Time account on slides 34 and on slide 34. Why did you include this text communication?
I included this because of, again, a reference to the timing of the events that took place in this case.
Okay. And when you say a reference to events that took place, what particular events took place that these would reference?
The events I'm referring to are the crimes that are alleged in this case.
And so could you read slide 34 into the record, please?
Line 2043, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. From Mel B. From Father. My sweet daughter, you have done well. I am very pleased. You have been prepared for every moment and surrounded by those who love you. You need not fear the future happenings, for they are strategically placed out for your benefit. Be at peace and be still. Enjoy the little things. Have no fear of the unknown or of people's choices. You have overcome all. Things will be fast-paced and you are ready. I love you so much. Godspeed. Now, don't mind if I speed things up a bit. Line 2042 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. That is a very nice message Mel B received. I won't mind at all if he speeds things up a bit. Line 2038 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, I miss holding you in my arms, caressing and kissing you. I feel Mel's message was meant for us too. You are so wonderful.
Can you explain to us why you chose to include these texts in your summary?
There's a reference to a timing, a timeline, and speeding those things up.
Okay. And who was the reference to from Father?
That is a reference.
I'm going to object. Is this a speculative, Judge?
Sustained.
In your review of the iCloud account and the defendant's, Lori Vallow's communications with Chad Daybell and others, were there references referring to one or more of the co-conspirators as dad or father?
Yes.
And in the references between Lori Vallow and her co-conspirators, who did dad or father mean?
Chad Daybell.
Okay. Is that a reference to father from Melanie Boudreau in line 2043?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, it misstates the testimony. It misstates what's actually being read here.
I'll overrule the objection at this point. There was a foundation laid for the comment, and you can delve into that on cross if you'd like, Mr. Thomas.
Very good.
Anything else that of significance on this that you want to make sure we review?
No.
Turning to the next slide, 35. I see you included a series of communications. Why did you include this section?
These texts are indicative of the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Could you please read the text that you included in to the record?
Line 1935, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Are you mad, sad, what? Line 1934, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I'm doing okay, just no privacy here to hardly text, and I'm missing you immensely. I feel good about the trip. Line 1933, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I need a distraction while I'm waiting for you. I love you. Line 1932, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Absolutely, I think you'll have a fun time.
And so you indicated that text communication seemed to be indicative in context of your review of the entire iCloud of the relationship between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. How so?
At this point, we are a few weeks after Charles Vallow's death, and Lori indicates to Chad that she is waiting for him and is going to be taking a trip as a distraction while she's waiting.
And from your review of the evidence, did you see whether or not Lori took a trip?
Yes,
Where did she go?
the coast, California.
Ms. Smith, and I hate to interrupt, but before you publish the next slide, could I confirm that was the slide that had some potentially personal identifier information that needed to be redacted or have that removed? Would you confirm that before it's published, please?
Yes, Your Honor, it did. I can simply ask. It did not get redacted. However, it's pretty small. Can I redact it after, or do you want me to skip it and come back to it after a break?
Just make sure it's not published, please,
Okay.
until it's been redacted.
Okay. Agent, if you could, on the next slide there appears, and I'm going to do a little leading here just to avoid publishing, if I may.
That's fine.
Okay. On the next slide, there appears to be some documents that were found in the SMS, which included documents of life insurance policy. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what those documents are?
Those are two photographs, MMS messages that Lori Vallow sent to Chad Daybell, and they are the screenshots of life insurance policy showing the change of beneficiary from Lori Vallow to Kay Woodcock.
And the date on the images sent would reflect that they were in the iCloud or sent in the iCloud on July 28th of 2019. I'm reading from the slide. Image sent from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, July 28th, 2019, 9:40 p.m., line 89. Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a second image sent a minute later on July 28th, line 88, reflecting another page and a beneficiary of Kay Woodcock.
Yes.
All right. Why did you include those images in your summary?
Chronologically, the life insurance issue had been discussed between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on two prior occasions, and this sort of concludes that as the photos that she sent to Chad Daybell to show that beneficiary change.
Okay. And so Lori is discussing the beneficiary on her now dead husband's life insurance with Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Okay. And then sending him proof of the change of beneficiary.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I will skip past that and then we'll redact it and we can request permission to publish it at a later date.
All right.
Thank you. Now, turning to a text communication on July 29th, 2019, do you see that on slide 37?
I do.
Okay. Why did you include this text communication in your summary?
I included it because of its references to causing pain to children.
Okay. Can you please read those, the text communications into the records?
Line 1877 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. One question. Do you want me to cause pain yet to those 2 3s you're writing with? Line 1876 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Probably hold off on then till we arrive. They will be mistake to deal with, but I'll text you if they start acting up and we can zap them. Line 1875 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Miserable, not mistake. Line 1872 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Sounds great. Yes, if they are going to act up, we'll at least give them a reason to scream. I love, cherish, treasure, and adore you. The wonderful memories just keep coming back. You are mesmerizing. Raphael is one lucky guy.
Now, on July 29th, was this the time, I think you had mentioned Lori Vallow was getting ready to take a trip?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she on that trip with?
Melanie Boudreau and her children.
Okay. Were Lori Vallow's children with her?
I am not sure if Tylee was present. JJ was with her.
Okay. And so when there's a reference to the 2 3s you're writing with, in context of the defendant's communications and her statements to Melanie Boudreau and her co-conspirator Chad Daybell, who did you believe those 2 3s were?
Objection is calling for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you review Lori Vallow's communications with Chad Daybell and Melanie Boudreau about this trip to California?
Yes.
Okay. And in that communication, did you have a chance to learn who was riding in cars with her?
They took one car with Melanie Boudreau's children And JJ, again, I'm not sure if Tylee was present.
Okay. And we've seen previous text communications referencing Blake or Brighton or JJ as being possessed, correct?
We haven't seen communications yet regarding JJ being possessed, but yes, to Brighton and Blake.
Okay. And so did you have an opinion on who the threes were that were in the car in light of the communications?
Brighton and Blake.
Okay. Why did you include this particular text string in the communications between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
The references to hurting children and giving them a reason to scream are relevant.
Okay. In any of these references, and I think you've mentioned a couple of times that concept, did you ever see Lori Vallow protest, like, don't do that?
No.
Turning to additional communication on July 29th, 2019, why did you include this series of communications outlined on slide 38?
This is the final communication regarding this life insurance issue with Charles Vallow.
Could you please read slide 38 into the record, please?
Yes. Line 1844 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. From Kay in response to what I sent Larry. Are you angry at me? Charles did this. I told him I didn't want to be party to it. BC. Somehow I'd be made out to be the bad guy. Lo. All I can say is he must have had a reason to do this regardless of what I said. INS company called me to notify that I'm beneficiary. Wanting JJ for memorial has nothing to do with money. We want him here even though he won't know what's going on because it's a memorial service for his dad. We feel when someone passes that their children attend services to meet/visit with people that loved them in life. And BC, we miss him, period. You have the only say in this matter. If for no other reason, you and I should be able to get along with each other. It doesn't need to be hostile. We miss him so much. I'll leave in the morning to get him if you'd allow it. I'm begging you, please. Line 1839 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Interesting message from Kay. She doesn't seem inclined to share the money. Hopefully Larry wants to talk to you. Line 1838 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. They are jerks. I was going to say, I hope you are going to give all the money to the kids and not keep it for yourself. But it's fruitless. I'm not responding ever.
And so you included this as sort of the end of the discussion on the life insurance of Charles Vallow.
That's right.
Okay. After this, did you ever find any evidence that Lori Vallow responded to any messaging, text, emails, MMS to Kay Vallow? Kay Woodcock.
I did not.
Okay. Did you include this for any other reason?
No.
Your Honor, I certainly can keep going. We have a substantial amount more, but I'm transitioning to a new area. Do you want to take morning break now or just keep going?
Yeah, let's go ahead and take our morning recess.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll be in recess till maybe 10:35.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. I think we'll have the jurors brought in here pretty quickly, so we can just remain standing for the jury, please.
All right, please. Jury's all present. Count for Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. After the morning break, the jurors are all present and properly seated. Ms. Smith, you can continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Now, Agent, I'm turning to the next slide, which is slide 39, and a conversation that appears to have occurred, or at least been a part of it, on July 30th, 2019. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you include this conversation, and I suspect it goes into the next slide, on slide 40 in your summary?
This slide, and there's two subsequent slides that contain this text string, is critically important in that it clarifies death percentages and contains valuable information as it relates to JJ and Tammy Daybell and their stated death percentage.
Okay. Could you read us slide 39 and include it into the record?
Yes. Line 1781 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I got the inspiration to go back to my original death percentages that helped us track Charles, Ned, etc. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Hiplos left. It is encouraging. Line 1779 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. What is the percentage now? What about JJ's too? Line 1778 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Tammy is at 3. JJ is at 2. Both are being heavily shielded to stop intruders.
And I move to the next slide.
Line 1777 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. 2 and 3%, not 0. Line 1776 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will explain when we talk. Line 1775 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Okay, still feeling hot for you.
And the next one?
Line 1774 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, we might need to release a little steam when we talk. Anyway, this is the chart that checks what percentage mortals are still in their body. It worked for my friend's wife who died, my neighbor, George Bush, Stan Lee, etc. I kind of forgot about it because we've been dealing with zombies and demonic entities. But this afternoon, Tammy said she felt lightheaded, as if her body and spirit weren't connected. Line 1773, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will update the list and figure out Brandon, Adam, and others.
Do you want me to include the next series of communications or stop with these three?
I believe this slide is the conclusion of this particular text string.
Okay. And so turning back to the information, can you remind us again who is Hiplos or Iplos?
Hiplos is the name of a demonic entity or dark spirit that was alleged to have been inhabiting Tammy Daybell's body.
In your review of the iCloud, what significance did the reference of Hiplos have in this text communication?
It is one of multiple names that were assigned to entities that at any given time inhibited Tammy Daybell's body.
And what about the reference to Charles or Ned?
Those are significant in that it clarifies when the word death percentage is being used, they're talking about the literal physical death of a human being.
And who is the one who initiated the inquiry about the death percentage associated with JJ?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. And the information about both are being heavily shielded to stop intruders, what did that mean in context of the communication you observed between Lori Vallow and her co-conspirator, Chad Daybell?
I'm not entirely certain the thought process on how they're being heavily shielded.
Okay. Did you learn anything about sort of the thought process on how close either Tammy or JJ were to death?
Well, it says Tammy is very close. She's at 3%, and then JJ is at 2%. So 2 and 3%, based on the content of the text, is very close to death.
And what was the defendant's response when she heard they were still at 2 or 3%?
She questioned why they weren't yet at 0.
Okay. What significance did these text communications have in terms of your review of the investigation itself?
Given the ultimate deaths of J.J. Tiley and Tammy Daybell, it was significant in that it speaks about those deaths and that they are close to taking place.
Okay. And the person who initiates the desire for it to get to 0 is who?
Lori
Objection
Vallow.
calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Could you read for us line 1777?
From Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, 2 and 3%, not 0.
Okay. That was initiated by the defendant to Chad Daybell?
Correct.
And in terms of lines, the slides on slide 41, line 1774 and 1773, why did you include these as part of that conversation?
Well, to have the conversation captured in its totality, but also line 1774 is another verification that they are indeed talking about real, literal deaths when he references for my friend's wife who died.
And so when you say real literal deaths, as opposed to what?
As opposed to spiritual death or theoretical death or speaking about death in any terms other than a human being actually dying.
And then, is there anything else that you, any other reason why you included this particular slide in this summary?
Just that in the previous slide, Chad Daybell stated Tammy is very close, and he concluded with Tammy said she felt lightheaded as if her body and spirit weren't connected.
And what information was relevant about that in terms of the investigation?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as answered.
Overruled.
Simply that when someone's body and spirit separate, they die.
So turning to slide 42, do you see those communications also from July 30th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you include this particular set of communications in your summary?
Mainly for the last line, which references the fabulous life that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow are going to have together.
Could you read the contents of slide 42 into the record, please?
Yes, line 1750 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I believe Lilylicious is a terrestrial word that encompasses our time together. Line 1749 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Yes, it does. Call me. Line 1748 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love you until then. Line 1747 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, until then, I love you. Line 1745 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. No worries. Garth just arrived home. I absolutely adore you. We're going to have a fabulous life together.
And so is this another example that you included of them planning for the future and planning their life together?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I see a reference to the word terrestrial, and I also remember from one of the previous slides there was telestial. In context of your review of Lori Vallow's communications in her iCloud accounts, how were those two words used?
In context of the review, the word telestial is a reference to this world, worldly, the time, the place that we live in presently, and terrestrial is a reference to a higher plane of some sort.
Okay. And so when they say Lilylicious is a terrestrial word that encompasses our time together, in this context and in context of your review, what did it mean?
Objection. It's going to call for speculation.
I don't see enough foundation for him to answer to this point, Ms. Smith.
Were the words telestial and terrestrial used frequently within the iCloud, or on occasion within the iCloud?
Telestial was used quite a bit. Terrestrial was not used nearly as much.
Okay. How was telestial used?
In reference to this world.
Okay. And I believe you've told us terrestrial was used in what context, as used by the defendant in her own communications with her co-conspirator?
With reference to a higher plane, a more elevated place.
Okay. And so Lilylicious would be reference to a higher place word encompassing their relationship.
Yes.
Okay. Now turning to text communications that are reflected on slide 43, why did you include these communications?
There were some communications in the iCloud that provided insight into Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow's behaviors that were relevant.
And relevant to the investigation and to investigative follow-up?
Relevant just in establishing a pattern of life or how they behaved.
Okay. Could you read to us the contents of slide 43 into the record, please?
Yes, line 1117 from Lori Vallow to an unlisted individual. Panda was good, just got JJ to sleep. Gone to try to take a bath. Ty yelled at me for 30 minutes, then took off in her car. Won't answer me. Line 1116 from unlisted individual to Lori Vallow. That was expected.
In context of the investigation and the iCloud and the communications of the defendant, you said it indicated sort of a pattern of conduct. What did you mean by that?
There were voluminous communications between Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow regarding difficulties that they were having with Tylee as a teenage girl, and this is just one of those communications.
Okay.
Not between Charles Vallow. This takes place after his death, but it's one communication that describes that type of interaction.
Okay. And so in your summary, you tried to include examples of patterns you found throughout the iCloud.
Just a few.
Okay. Now, turning to slide 44, what are we seeing here?
These are two MMS messages. Each is a photograph. One photograph is of Chad Daybell standing next to a portrait of Jesus Christ. The other is a photograph of Alex Cox standing next to the same portrait. And then each of them sent a MMS message to Lori Vallow attached to those photographs.
Could you read to us into the record the MMS text sent to Lori Vallow from Alex Cox?
Line 75 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow, look at the bubbies.
Okay. And this was a photograph of Chad Daybell?
Correct.
Okay. And it was Chad next to a picture of Jesus?
Yes.
And could you read into the record line 76 of the MMS text message from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow?
Line 76, photograph of Alex Cox, two exalted beings.
And why did you include these in your summary for the jury?
For two reasons. One, to show Chad Daybell and Alex Cox together on August 7th of 2019. And in terms of the religious concepts that were at play in this investigation, the reference to Alex Cox being an exalted being.
And that reference to Alex Cox being an exalted being was sent by Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Is there any other reason why you included this particular section?
No.
Turning to additional communication on August 7, 2019, slide 45, why did you include this section in your summary?
I included this mainly because of the last text in this string, which indicates that Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreau believe their children to be demons.
Okay. Can you read into the record the text communication on page 45?
Yes, line 1399 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love you. Taking Braxy home now. I'll check on her. Line 1394 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. She is asleep. She put a bunch of holes in the walls and doors. Definitely had demons helping her, probably 1,000. Line 1392 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Mel wants us to come up there tomorrow, but I said next Thursday to Sunday. What do you think? Line 1391 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. We are both so tired of taking care of demons. We are weary. Please ask the Lord to take them.
In context of your review of the iCloud and the evidence in this case, what significance did that have from an investigative point of view?
The significance is the designation of these children as being demons, being possessed by some dark entity, and in light of what happened with JJ and Tylee, it is relevant to the investigation in its totality.
And looking at line 1391, who is it asking that the Lord take them?
It's a reference to their children.
Okay. And who is making the request that please ask the Lord to take them?
Lori Vallow.
Now, turning to the next lines of communications as reflected on slide 46, why did you include this set of communications in the summary?
This is the first of a number of pages of a text string that chronicles a fight between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell in reference to a trip that Lori Vallow was taking to visit Chad Daybell in Rexburg, Idaho.
Okay. Was that trip able to occur?
Yes.
Okay. And so you included this to sort of document the conversation surrounding that trip?
Yes, and the issues that arose with that trip.
Okay. Now, let's read those into the record, and then we'll talk about those issues.
Line 1369, text from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. We just had a big fight, probably no go on next week. Line 1368 from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow. Are you okay? Line 1367 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. My heart is crushed, but I will never stop loving you. Line 1364 from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow. I love you. If you need to talk at all, just call me. I don't sleep anyways. Hang in there, babe. It was a hard day. Don't let the dumb things here get to you. You know who you are. Praying for our hearts to be made full and for the Lord to execute all things expeditiously.
Before we read the remainder of that sort of text exchange or surrounding that trip, why did you include these particular texts in your summary?
They affirm the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. This is the first instance of a fight between the two that I was able to observe in the iCloud. And the subsequent texts indicate the fullness of that particular conversation as it relates to this fight.
And what about the phrase, for the Lord to execute all things expeditiously? What did that phrase, how was that phrase important to this text communication in context to the iCloud as you saw it?
And I'll object as to speculative. It's calling for him to speculate.
I'll overrule that.
Melanie Boudreau and Lori Vallow were very close. Melanie was aware from prior text communications of the Lord's plan for them, and that is a reference to executing that plan.
Now, continuing with that conversation, can you, or that situation as reflected in the iCloud, could you read into the record the text from page 47?
Line 1348 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Missing you. Heading to the girl's funeral. Emma was her teacher and is one of the speakers. This is very difficult, but I will abide by your request to not talk. I hate causing you pain because I love you more than ever. Line 1345 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You're the best. I hope your day goes well. I adore you. Line 1303 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Absolutely excruciating to be cut off from you. I love you.
If you could you read to us the next few lines on, continue down to slide 48?
Yes, line 1302 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Good night. Saddest day of my life. Line 1300 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Grandpa Keith is here. I am supposed to warn you that you are unprotected. The angels are angry that you are ignoring me. I told him to go back, but he says he isn't allowed to. I'm honestly not trying to manipulate you to respond. I understand that you need your space, but they say you have cut me off, and the protection I built around your house is gone. I love you and don't want you getting attacked. They said that if you at least give me a thumbs up emoji, it will restore our connection enough to give some protection. Line 1299 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love you. Line 1298 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Thank you, my love. I will get things restored.
So why did you include these particular communications that are reflected in slide 47 and 48 in the summary of your review?
I included them to demonstrate first the argument that had taken place regarding Lori Vallow coming to Rexburg to visit Chad Daybell, and secondly, to demonstrate how Chad Daybell used religious concepts to manipulate others.
Okay. And throughout those text communications from around 11:30 in the morning on August 8th through around 10:02 on August 8th, I see multiple communications from Chad to Lori. Were there many communications from Lori back to him?
No, as is shown, she was ignoring him up until the text at 9:53 p.m.
Okay. And so is line 13 his response to being ignored?
Line 1300?
Line 1300, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And what significance did Grandpa Keith have to you, if any, in context of that communication?
It's my understanding that Grandpa Keith is deceased, so it's Chad Daybell claiming that a deceased relative was visiting him to...
I'm going to object, move to strike. He's speculating.
Sustained.
Okay. So the phrase Grandpa Keith is here. Is that that communication was from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. And then the rest of that, Chad indicates he's supposed to warn her that she's not protected.
Correct.
And in order to provide the protection, she's got to give him a thumbs up or some sort of sign.
Yes.
And does Lori Vallow do that?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else of significance in that particular set of text communications?
No.
Okay. Moving to some communication on August 9th, 2019. Do you see those reflected in slide 49?
I do.
Okay. Can you, what significance did this line of communication have in terms of your summary?
So there's this slide, and this text string continues into the subsequent slide. This is significant in that it is an occasion where we see Chad Daybell designating someone as a dark spirit and Lori Vallow disagreeing with Chad Daybell's designation and making her own designation as to that individual's status.
Okay. And does it show any pushback or disagreement from Chad on her own designation?
He subsequently agrees to her designation.
Okay. Could you please read into the record slide 49 and 50?
Line 1232 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Can you check Nathan Pacheco, see what level he is? Is he light? Line 1231 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Also Mike Stroud. Mel G thinks he went dark, but I think he's light. Line 1229 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will check those two. Line 1226 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Any guesses on Pacheco? Line 1225 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Just tell me. Line 1224 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. 4.1 dark.
And slide 50?
Line 1222 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Nope, I get 5.1 light, part of our team. Line 1221 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. We'll go with your answer. Line 1220 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Why? What's wrong with your picker? Line 1219 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. What about Mike Stroud? Seriously. Line 1218 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. He's done a great infiltration job.
And so you indicated that this reflected an exchange on rating people. Why did you include this particular exchange?
Traditionally, Chad Daybell was the one who would designate people as he would give these light or dark scores. This is an occasion where Lori Vallow disagrees with his score and designates her own score.
Okay. And again, it appears that Chad Daybell specifically said, we'll go with your answer.
Correct.
Turning to the next set of communications from August 10th, can you tell us why you included the communications that are reflected on slide 50?
Yes. So this is a fairly lengthy text string that encompasses this slide and the next 5 slides. I included these communications because they are critically important in providing clarity as it relates to what ultimately happened to Tylee and JJ.
Okay. Let's start with, could you read into the record slide 51?
Line 1177, please check JJ. Line 1177 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Please check JJ. He just woke up saying crazy stuff and won't go back to sleep. He is talking to Blake. It's weird. Line 1175 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. JJ is still JJ. I am told his spirit recognizes Blake is evil and is unsettled by him. Line 1172 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Hi, my love. How is JJ now? Line 1171 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. He's better. He was just up talking nonsense for like 2 hours last night. I'm sure they were bugging him. Is he at 0 yet? I miss you.
Do you want to read the next one and circle back, or do you want to take a minute to talk about why you included this set?
Why don't we read the entire text string in its totality and then circle back?
Okay. So turning to slide 52, could you please read slide 52 into the record?
Line 1170 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, he's at 0. He probably was partly through the veil, talking to people both light and dark. Line 1169 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Maybe he was talking to the real Blake. Line 1167 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, that was the real Blake.
And continuing on the conversation in line 53, at slide 53.
Line 1165 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children, and we just have to wait for it to be carried out? Line 1164 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I feel lost, like I should be doing something to help. Line 1161 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. There is a plan being orchestrated for the children. I was shown last night how it fit together, but it has been taken from my mind, of course.
Slide 54.
Line 1159 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. What should I be doing? Line 1158 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You are doing everything right, my love. The Lord told me she is right on track. He said to just keep resolving the telestial issues so you are unencumbered and fully free. Line 1155, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. That actually feels good that JJ was talking to the real Blake, getting close. When I was sitting across from him eating bacon, I sensed he was barely attached to his body.
And slide 55.
Line 1125, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You are so incredible. In many ways, your mission has barely begun. Line 1124, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. As long as it ends with you, it's all good. Line 1123, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, cheek to cheek, loin to loin. It isn't very far away, my love. Line 1120, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I wish I could see with you and be cheek to cheek.
And so let's go back.
There's one more slide in the text
Here's the
string.
next one. Okay.
Line 1118, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
There's been no question asked.
Moving on to read slide 56. Could you read that in the record,
I'd like a
please?
ruling on my objection.
Well, the objection was there's no question, and so counsel just asked a new question, so it's resolved.
Line 1118, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I seriously cannot stop crying. I was allowed to feel my own emotions I will experience as you sing to them, and the love, admiration, and reverence I have for you are indescribable. Everything we do together is going to be spectacular. Line 1117, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I can't wait. Literally can't wait. I have no patience. I want you now. Line 1113, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I'm certainly your biggest fan. I love you, Lily. Hold on, my sweet angel. We're so close to the finish line. Line 1112, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I'm trying. Line 1111, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. We'll make it.
And then there are some heart emojis at the end of that one and dancing people emojis.
Yes.
And so taking a step back at these text communications on August 10th, 2019, starting with slide 51. Who is it who initiates the conversation in text form about J.J. Vallow?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. And what significance did this set of communications have in terms of your review and summary of the iClouds?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think these texts speak for themselves.
I'll sustain that objection.
Thank you.
Agent, in preparing summary exhibits, how do you pick the particular slides or communications you include?
Based on their relevance in comparison with the entirety of the investigation and all of the information that has been developed during the course of that investigation.
And I'm going to object to his characterization of relevance. I think that's a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
Thank you. And so in picking these sets of text communication from the iCloud, what relevance did these have to the investigation itself?
They were inquiries by Lori Vallow regarding JJ's death percentage and Chad Daybell's response to those inquiries.
Okay. And so in the defendant and her co-conspirators' words, what was JJ's death percentage?
He was at 0.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
And in terms of, now that, the text message reflected that JJ was at 0, what did the text text from Lori Vallow reflect her response was upon hearing her son was at 0?
Again, Judge asked and answered.
That's been asked and answered.
Okay. Who initiated the inquiry about a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. Who initiated the question on whether they have to wait for it to be carried out?
Lori Vallow.
Who initiated the conversation about what actions they could take to further the plan?
Again, Judge, I'm going to object. Text speak for themselves.
Overruled.
Lori Vallow.
Who initiated communications about further actions they could do to further plans on telestial issues?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. And remind us again, what is telestial issues?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. And so telestial means earthly issues?
Objection asked and answered.
That's leading and sustained.
Okay. And so what, in view and context of the entire iCloud that you reviewed, the defendant's own words and her statements to the co-conspirators, what did the defendant's words or the co-conspirators' words about unencumbered and fully free mean?
It is a reference to whatever issues are present in Lori Vallow's life that are...
I'm going to object. He's speculating.
I'll sustain that.
Okay. Did you see conversation from the defendant in her own words with Chad Daybell or Alex Cox or others about having burdens in their life or barriers or obstacles?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And so in understanding that the defendant herself and her co-conspirators talked about having burdens and barriers or obstacles, in context of their own words, what did the phrase unencumbered and fully free mean?
To be free from those barriers or obstacles.
And looking at the text communications on slide 55, is this a reference to their future together?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you could take a look at slide 57. Can you tell us why you included the contents of slide 57 in your summary?
To illustrate the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Can you, and this text communication happened right at the end or around the time of the text communications about JJ being at 0?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read into the record slide 57, please?
Line 61, it's a photograph sent from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell with the caption, "Surprises are waiting."
And then there's an image on that screen as well?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's turn to the text communication reflected on slide 58. Why did you include these communications in your summary?
I included these communications because it demonstrates an understanding on behalf of Lori Vallow of a reality of whether Chad Daybell is physically present with her or not physically present with her.
Okay. Could you read into the record the text communications on slide 58?
Line 965, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Very good description of what just happened. Wish you were really here to experience this with me. Line 954, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Thank you for being mine. Wish I could wake up and kiss your sweet, tender lips for real. You are my everything.
Okay. And so when you see the phrase "for real" or "really here," what significance did that have in terms of their overall communications and exchanges?
There were a lot of communications between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow in reference to portaling to different spheres of existence or different places so that they could be together spiritually. These two texts indicate an understanding of reality versus fantasy.
Turning to the text communications reflected in slide 59. Why did you include these text communications?
These text communications reference a family trip that Chad Daybell was taking with his wife and children and relatives, and that Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell were both upset by the fact that he had to spend time with his family.
Can you read these into the record, please?
Yes. Line 860 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will join you. Partly why I am so sad is my Boise trip has turned into a trip with extended family. Not happy about it. Line 859 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. How much more of this can you take? Line 858 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. They want to go to Craters of the Moon National Park. I can't take much more. So trapped. Line 857 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Are we supposed to wait forever?
And if you could read slide 60.
Line 856 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. No, but the next 2 days will be torture. Thankfully, I will be alone most of Wednesday and beyond. Line 854 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Is that what he wants? For me to sit around waiting for you endlessly and you miserably wasting time? Just doesn't feel right. Line 853 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I agree, it feels so drawn out. Line 850 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. It's 3 broken heart emojis.
And let's proceed with slide 61. Those.
Line 844 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I'm just so frustrated. I'm sorry, honey. Line 843 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. You can't just keep tearing my heart out. I really can't take it anymore. I'm sorry. Line 842 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. It is tearing both of our hearts out. Please look beyond the next 2 days. Line 841 from Lori Vallow
I apologize.
to Chad Daybell. What about the past 2 days? I didn't even get to talk to you on your birthday. I'm clearly not a priority. I just don't want to be so sad all the time and do heartbroken.
And 62.
Line 840 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. If you really loved me, you wouldn't want that either. Line 839 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I could have talked, but the girls were there. I truly love you with all my heart. Line 836 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. You should give all of your love, you should give all of you love and your attention to your wife and family. I'm just a distraction. Go have fun with your family. I really do want you to. I just can't be in the way anymore. If things change, then we can talk. But we have nothing until things change anyway.
Do you want to pause here or finish the text exchange?
I believe there's just 1 or 2 more slides.
Could you read slide 63, please?
Line 833 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Oh, honey, that is so crushing. I feel so destroyed inside. You know my love for you is deep and real. I want change. I'm constantly begging for change. I want you. Nothing else matters. But I am hindering your life, and you deserve better. I love you so intensely. Line 832 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. But I will leave you alone, as excruciating as that will be, until I hear from you. Line 831 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. You can't say to me nothing else matters, because everything is before me. If that's what the Lord wants, then I just need to do something X so I can pull myself out of this deep despair. It's not like me to be this way. It's been way too much for way too long. Line 830 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. The pain is unbearable.
One more. And if you could read slide 64.
Line 829 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. You are right. Put me aside until things change. Yes, the pain is unbearable. Line 828 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Are you going to threaten me that I'm unprotected for doing so? Line 827 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Absolutely not. I'm so upset at the circumstances that I am demanding they protect you more than ever. Line 831 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. You can't say to me nothing else matters because everything, I'm sorry, that's a repeat.
Okay.
That's an error. I apologize.
No, that's all right. And then,
I think there's one final slide.
okay. The slide, if you could read slide 65.
Line 825 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I'm so alone without you. It is devastating. Line 824 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I feel so alone too. We are surrounded by celestial relatives that are simply obstacles. I'm so sick of it. Line 823 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Me too. What is it that you really want? Line 824 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I want to be with you. That is my greatest hope and dream. I would happily join you tomorrow if it felt like heaven would not strike us down.
That was a fairly lengthy set of text communications. Why did you include this conversation in the summary?
I included it to demonstrate the dynamic of the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow and the designation of their family, their relatives, as celestial obstacles.
Okay. And celestial obstacles to what?
To them being together.
Okay. And then you said the dynamic of that relationship. Can you help us understand what you meant by that?
Charles Vallow was
Yeah, I'm
no...
going to object to foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. In your previous answer, you used the words that I did it to demonstrate the dynamic of their relationship. In your review of the hundreds of thousands of data points of this account, did you see exchanges between Lori Vallow and her co-conspirators?
Yes.
Okay. And in those communications and pictures and images, did an appearance of a relationship or dynamics of her relationship with Chad Daybell become apparent?
Yes.
Okay. So when you said you included this text exchange conversation as an example of the dynamic of their relationship, can you explain to us what you meant by that?
What I meant by that is that their relationship is the driving force behind the crimes that are alleged in this case.
Okay. And that the celestial relatives, the earthly relatives, are the obstacles.
Correct.
Now, let's turn to additional communication on September 3rd. Remind us again, what date was it that Tylee Ryan was last seen alive?
The last sighting of Tylee Ryan alive took place on September 8th of 2019.
Turning to communication from September 3rd of 2019, could you read slide 66 into the record, please?
Line 269 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Wi-Fi is in. What you doing? Line 267 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Working on Z's. What did you decide on username and password? Line 264 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Network name is anti-layman. PW is too many kids.
And that's a number 2, not the
Number
word.
2.
Yeah.
Line 263 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox, funny.
Okay. Let's finish and review that next slide. Could you read slide 67 into the record, please?
Line 262 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow, and I can change it to whatever you want if you want to change it. I am proud of you, no more Z's. Line 261 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. We are trying to get to the bottom of what we need to do to eliminate them completely. I'm sure you will be told also. Line 260 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Excellent.
If you don't mind pausing right here and looking at this conversation, could you explain to us why you included this part of the conversation between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow in your summary?
Yes, Alex Cox and Lori Vallow both moved to Rexburg, Idaho around September 1st and 2nd of 2019. I included this text mainly for line 264, which is the password Alex Cox designated for their network of too many kids.
Okay. And that's a text, Alex Cox to Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes.
Did Alex Cox have any children living with him in Rexburg, Idaho?
No.
Of the 2 siblings, who had the children living in Rexburg, Idaho?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. I also see network name is anti-layman. In context of your review of all these records, did that, the records you reviewed and the investigation and your knowledge of this investigation yield to understand what anti-layman was a reference to?
Yes.
What is that?
Layman is another individual referenced in the Book of Mormon. He is a brother of Nephi, so it's simply just a word chosen for their password.
Okay. And
Network name, excuse me.
That's okay. And is layman known as a good guy or a bad guy?
A bad guy.
Okay. I also see the letter Z, and I understand that's been used throughout the iCloud. What is that a reference to?
Zombies.
And I also see line 261. There's a conversation where Lori is talking to Alex. What, if any, significance did line 261 have to you?
The significance of that is the partnership with Chad Daybell that Lori Vallow had in this alleged work in which they were engaged in eliminating zombies.
Okay. And yet it's a text communication to Alex Cox, so why would that be relevant if it wasn't with Chad?
There are a number of communications between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow that relate to the religious concepts that are discussed throughout the iCloud.
Okay. And the text, it says we are trying to get to the bottom of what we need to do to eliminate them completely. I'm sure you will be told also. And it was Alex who responded to Lori saying excellent?
Yes.
Okay. Moving to additional conversation on September 3rd, 2019. Can you read for us the contents of slide 68?
Line 259 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. I am going to get lunch and probably go to the range to sight in my rifles. Line 258 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Fun. You need the practice. Line 257 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. I do. Line 253 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Bad news on our brother. Line 252 from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. What's that? Line 251, from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Z. Line 250, from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Really? When was that?
And may I ask you to read slide 69, please?
Line 232, from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Forced out, I think. Line 231, from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. With his anxiety, he wasn't strong enough to fight back. Line 230, from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Line 229, from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. JJ is stronger, fights then off every day. Line 228, from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Zach was a 3L. JJ is a 4,3L.
And slide 70.
Line 227, from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. That's when he yells, no. Line 222, from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. Okay. Line 221, from Alex Cox to Lori Vallow. My lips are sealed. Line 220, from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. Good boy, learning more. I'll fill you in this afternoon.
Why did you include these last several slides in your summary of your observations of the iCloud?
I included them to demonstrate that Alex Cox was a participant and in this group in discussing these religious concepts, including designating people as zombies, and that he understood those things in these communications.
And who is it who conveys this information to Alex Cox in this text exchange?
His sister, Lori Vallow.
Okay. Is that an indicative pattern you found in the iCloud that Lori Vallow would convey information to her brother Alex Cox?
Yes.
Did you see any additional evidence that Lori would sort of supply Alex affirmation like we see on line 220, good boy?
Yes.
Was that a pattern you saw in the iCloud?
It was. We saw those kinds of I saw those kinds of communications on a number of occasions.
Okay. And in any of those communications between Lori and Alex, did you ever see Lori suggesting to Alex that people weren't zombies?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. In the text communications between Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you ever see communications where the concept of certain dark entities or zombies came up, where Lori was sort of pulling Alex back or telling him, no, they're not zombies?
No.
Okay. Now let's turn to slide 71. What are we seeing here?
This is from the videos section of Lori for Style. There was a number of very short videos that existed. This is just one of those that documents a trip that Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, and J.J. Vallow took to Yellowstone National Park on September 8th of 2019. And this is the last known video of Tylee Ryan alive.
Why did you include this? Because it was the last one, Tylee, where Tylee was alive?
Yes.
And the image on the screen is her, JJ, and Alex Cox.
Correct.
Your Honor, I can certainly, at what point does the court want to take a lunch break?
Just any time between now and noon is fine.
This might be a good place to stop, Judge.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay.
All right, we'll take our lunch recess. Let's go ahead and have the jurors excused for lunch, then I'll address counsel briefly. after they're excused.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Your Honor, you indicated you wanted a counsel present. Do you want the witness in here or out of here?
It's fine with the witness in here. I just want
Okay.
the jurors excused. Counsel, I'm going to make a ruling on the proposed upcoming exhibits that have been proffered by the state. I'm going to do that at the end of the lunch break before the jurors are brought back in. So if we could reconvene at about 12:45, I think I'll be ready to make a ruling on the bench from that point. And we'll do that without the jurors present.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Judge.
Thank you. We'll be in lunch recess.
All rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22211624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. Counsel, continue with your direct examination of the agent. I'll remind the witness you're still under testimony for your oath. I'm sorry, you're still under oath for your testimony today. And with that in mind, Ms. Smith, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you may.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Let's turn to some chat or information that you included in your summary between Lori Vallow and Sydney Woodbury. Can you take a look at slide 72? And I believe this part of the chat goes through slide 73.
Correct.
Okay. Why did you include this particular chat session in the summary you prepared?
I included this because of two reasons. First, it shows efforts that were made to hire a caregiver for JJ by Lori Vallow in mid-September. And then in terms of the timing of the last known video that exists of JJ Vallow, that video coincides with the latter half of this particular chat.
Now, I notice at the top of Exhibit 70, slide 72, it says there are 26 total messages. Did you put all 26 in the slides?
No,
Okay, why not?
due to the need to convey what's being talked about without overburdening this process with every single message.
Okay. And so just so we're clear, the idea of a summary is to take the highlights, put it in, but the original's still available.
Correct.
Okay. So could you do us a favor and read slide 72 and 73 into the record, please?
Yes, this is chat number 6 from Sydney Woodbury to Lori Vallow on September 18th, 2019. Hi, Lori. This is Sydney Woodbury from care.com. I just received your message and think your little boy sounds so sweet. I actually have worked with kids in the past with autism at a behavior science company and used positive behavior therapy to help them. I love playing with kids and doing fun things. What are the hours you are thinking of, as well as hourly rate? I am currently attending school, so I hope I can help out with the hours you're needing. Response from Lori Vallow to Sydney Woodbury. That's so great. I'm thinking $15 an hour. I'm flexible with time. He gets out of school at 2:30 every day, so a few hours a week after school. We could work around your schedule as far as days of the week and then some time on Saturdays. Again from Lori Vallow. We live on Pioneer Road, only a few minutes from campus. Do you want to come meet us?
And if you could complete the chat that's reflected on slide 73.
Yes. From Sydney Woodbury to Lori Vallow. Yes, I'd love to. Again from Sydney Woodbury. Am I good to come over? From Lori Vallow to Sydney Woodbury. Sure, we are here. From Lori Vallow to Sydney Woodbury. Picking up JJ now. Excited to see you today. From Sydney Woodbury to Lori Vallow. Okay, I'm heading over now.
And so there was I understand you said the significance of this was an effort to hire somebody to assist with JJ. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Okay. What was the last known sighting again, just for a reference, of Tylee Ryan alive?
September 8th, 2019.
Based on your review of the communications from Lori Vallow with others and that information in context, prior to September 8th of 2019, was Tylee a resource in helping care for JJ?
Yes.
Okay. What sort of communications did you have that support that conclusion that Tylee helped care for her brother?
There were lots of texts related throughout the review of the iCloud related to Tylee helping to take care of JJ when Lori Vallow had errands to run or needed to be absent from the home for some reason or another.
Okay. And prior to Tylee's disappearance, had Lori had any other support or infrastructure in caring for JJ?
Yes. While they lived in Phoenix, there was a woman named Angela who worked for a company that Lori Vallow had a contract with to have a certain number of hours each week of care provided for JJ.
Okay. Were there, prior to Charles Vallow's death, did he have any role in helping care for JJ?
Of course. He cared for JJ frequently as well.
Okay. And so after September 8th and the move to Rexburg, what infrastructure of support could you find for Lori Vallow to help her care for JJ?
This was the only reference I found.
Okay. And so, based on your review of the iCloud record and videos and chats and all the records you told us you looked at, was JJ an easy child to care for and raise?
Not at all. He had severe autism, and so he was a challenging young child.
So by September 18th, who was the primary, almost sole caregiver for JJ Vallow?
Lori Vallow.
Okay. Is there any other reason why you included this chat session with Sydney Woodbury in the iCloud summary you prepared?
Just in context with the back half of this chat.
Okay. And when you say back half of this chat, are we talking slide 73?
No.
Okay.
Slide 75 and 6.
Okay. Well, let's go to slide 74. What are we looking at here?
This is from the video section of Lori for Style at iCloud.com, and this is just a very brief video, but it is the last known video of J.J. Vallow while he was alive, and it was taken on September 22nd of 2019.
Prior to September 22nd of 2019, were there other videos of J.J. Vallow?
Lots of them.
Okay. after September 22nd of 2019 in any of Lori's electronic data? Did you find any videos or pictures of J.J. Vallow?
No.
And so when you say the back half of this communication, are we talking about what's reflected on slide 75?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read slide 75 into the record, please?
Yes. Continuation of chat number 6 from Sidney Woodbury to Lori Vallow on September 24th, 2019. Hi, Lolo. Are we still good for me coming today? From Lori Vallow to Sidney Woodbury. Hi, Sidney. I hope the wedding was good. So JJ's grandparents came this weekend, and they took him for a few weeks to give me a break. So he won't be back until probably the end of October. I wish I had other work for you to do. You are such a darling girl. I understand if you need to get another job. From Lori Vallow to Sidney Woodbury. Of course. I'm not sure when he'll be back, but I'm going to do some traveling while he's gone, probably to see my friends in Hawaii, but I'll let you know for sure when we are both back in Rexburg. You are great.
Now, did this text communication proceed after that date?
There were some additional messages, yes.
But not on September 24th?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the weekend of September 21st, 22nd, and the morning of the 23rd, had Lori had visitors?
Yes.
Who were those visitors?
Melanie Gibb and David Warwick.
Okay. And did you find any evidence whatsoever that JJ's grandparents had been in Rexburg September 21st, 22nd, or 23rd?
No.
Let's turn to slide 76. Why did you include this SMS section from Lori for Style in your summary?
This is a significant text string between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that talks very specifically about Tammy Daybell's pending death.
Okay. Could you read for us? Could you read for us slide 76 and 77 into the record?
Yes.
Thank you.
Line 810 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Good night, Angel Lily. So excited to go on our date. Line 782 from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox. We are supposed to go on a real date tonight, but we are discussing it. Perhaps an evening at home would be better, so we are not out and about. I'll let you know. But you could come and sing with us after your shower. Line 773 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Hello, sweet angel. Big news about Tammy. Please let me know if you are awake and can talk. I love you.
And what's on 77?
Line 772 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. The short version is that she has been switched. Tammy is in limbo, and a level 3 demonic entity named Viola is in her body. It happened about 10 p.m. and was done by Tammy's sister Sam, who I always knew was 3D, but it turns out she is multiple creation. Line 771 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Viola has been attached for about a year to my niece Danica, who is Sam's 12-year-old daughter. I have connected with Tammy in limbo, and she is very frustrated and upset. She wants Viola removed as soon as possible. Viola seems to be similar to Penelope. The personality differences from Tammy should be evident quickly. Please seek a confirmation on this, but I have now checked 3 times since I got home and get more affirmative answers each time.
And if we may, could we proceed to read line 78 as well?
Yes. Line 770 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Sam is much like Brandon. She has been my biggest enemy over the years, She refuses to read my books and threw the biggest fit when we moved to Idaho. She has only visited us when the kids got married and always fled Idaho within hours, like she was being burned. She's definitely comparable to Brandon and Summer. Line 769, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Not fully sure of the timing for removal, but once her actions verify the differences, I don't want to wait.
If I may ask a couple of questions about that text communication. Are you aware of the date that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at?
I am.
What date was Brandon Boudreaux shot at?
October 2nd of 2019.
Okay. Are you aware of the date that Tammy Daybell was shot at by someone in her driveway?
I am.
What date was she shot at?
October 9th of 2019.
Now, and so at this point of this text communication in the late evening hours of October 3rd to the early morning hours, or the daytime hours of October 5th, was Tammy Daybell still alive?
Yes.
Okay. So can you help us understand what a real date means in context of the timeline and the text exchange you've read to us?
Yes. Lori Vallow and her children moved to Rexburg the first part of September of 2019. Based on the investigation, both children were killed in September of 2019. Now, in the early part of October, there's a reference to going on a real date out in public. Rexburg is a small town, and so that is problematic for Chad Daybell still being married to Tammy Daybell.
Okay. And so by this date, Lori Vallow is unencumbered and fully free.
Correct.
But Chad Daybell is not.
Correct.
And so was there any information that would suggest that Lori wanted to go on a real date?
That's what she stated to Alex Cox on October 4th.
Okay. And so was there any significance to you in context of the iCloud and the review where he talks about big news to Tammy, about Tammy? Please let me know if you're awake and can talk.
Yes, within 12 hours of the text regarding going on a real date, Chad Daybell now has big news about Tammy, and that news was that she's in limbo because her body's been inhibited by a level 3 demonic entity named Viola.
Turning to some of the texts that are on slide 77, just so I'm clear, the text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow is asking her to seek confirmation?
Correct.
Okay. And so Chad is seeking Lori's opinion?
Correct.
And turning to the text on slide 78, who is it who is discussing timing for removal?
That's a text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
Okay. And was there any indication that at this point Lori Vallow protested, said anything in any way in opposition to a timing for removal and not wanting to wait?
No.
Okay. Before we move to the next text, is there anything else on that text communication between the two about the entity inside of Tammy and not wanting to wait that you wish to review?
No.
Okay. Turning to a text communication with Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreaux reflected on slide 79 and 80, why did you include these two slides?
I included these slides because they contain travel information for Lori Vallow and show that she was traveling out of state during the first attempt on Tammy's life, which took place on October 9th of 2019.
Okay. So the previous texts with Chad about not wanting to wait were on or about October 5th, correct?
October 4th and October 5th.
Okay. And then the first attempt on Tammy's life with the shooter in the driveway was October 9th.
Correct.
October 7th, is that some of the text communications we see in slide 79 and slide 80?
Yes.
Could you please read those into the record?
Line 729, from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. I'm really feeling like we need to go to Missouri and work. Maybe we can fly there on Thursday and back on Sat. Line 728, from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. American has a nonstop flight, PHX, to Kansas City Thursday at 1 p.m., then fly back on Sat at 6:30 p.m. Audrey said we could stay with her, but I told her we could get a hotel and she could stay with us. She will take us to all the amazing sites.
And slide 80, please.
Line 726, from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow. What about Brandon not being able to take the kids to it? Does Dad think I will need to be here? Line 725, from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow, to Utah. Line 724, from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. Nope. You need to be unavailable. That is the schedule. Line 723, from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow. Okay, Captain.
Can you help us understand the significance of this text messaging in context of your summary?
It simply illustrates that Lori Vallow made travel arrangements and was not present in Idaho during the first attempt on Tammy Daybell's life.
There's a reference on slide 80, line 723, from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow. Okay, Captain. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you see any other evidence of Lori Vallow giving direction or instruction to Melanie Boudreau on what to do or how to do or when to do things?
Yes, I saw that on a number of occasions.
Okay. Did you see that same sort of what to do, how to do it, sort of, okay, Captain, instructions given to other people within their group of friends?
The only other one would be to Alex Cox.
Now, turning to line 81, slide 81, I apologize. Can you tell us why you included this text exchange between Audrey Baratario and Lori Vallow?
Yes, this is a text string between Audrey Baratario and Lori Vallow, wherein Audrey Baratario makes an inquiry about Lori Vallow and C, Chad Daybell, working regarding Tammy Daybell.
Okay. Could you please read slide 81 in?
Line 669, from Audrey Baratario to Lori Vallow. How did yesterday go? Line 668, from Audrey Baratario to Lori Vallow, with you and C working. Line 667, from Lori Vallow to Audrey Baratario. Well, we did a lot of work today. We got her out, but a new one got in, so we are still working on it. Audrey, any ideas you have would be greatly appreciated. Line 666, from Audrey Baratario to Lori Vallow. Okay.
Now, I realize we haven't had you reading the different emojis that the jury can see, but do you see the emoji that's at the end of Audrey Baratario to Lori Vallow?
I do.
In your experience, what does the face with the two eyes X'd out
I don't object
mean?
to any characterization of this, Judge.
That's without foundation sustained.
Okay. Have you had experience in looking up and reviewing various suspects' communications back and forth?
Yes.
Okay. Does that include review of what emojis are included in their text communications?
Sometimes.
Okay. Do you have any experience in looking up the emoji with the face and the eyes X'd out?
Yes.
In your research and your review of this iCloud account, what did the face with the eyes X'd out signify?
Again, I'm going to object to mischaracterization It's too speculative.
Overruled.
It can be associated with death.
Okay. Why did you include this text communication in your summary exhibit supplied?
Because of the inquiry regarding Tammy Daybell, particularly in light of the date of these communications, which is subsequent to the first attempt on Tammy Daybell's life.
Okay. And what day was Tammy Daybell killed?
October 19th of 2019.
So this text communication between Audrey and Lori was between the attempted shooting and the day she was killed.
Correct.
Is there anything else of significance you would like to review on slide 81?
No.
Turning to slide 82, why did you include this series of communications between Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreau?
I included this for context purposes because it is a similar conversation relating to Brandon Boudreau with references for could he go, similar to what we've seen in other communications.
Okay. Could you please read into the record slides 82 and 83?
Yes. Line 663 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. Yeah, but until that agreement is signed by the judge, it is all subject to change. That's probably the reason for the delay. Line 662 from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow. Is there a possibility he could go before I move? Line 661 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. There's always that possibility. We will work on it. Just have faith and do whatever the Lord tells you. He is always right. Line 655 from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow. I don't recall the words to get him out, but should we try?
And then turning to slide 83.
Line 654 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. I know them. I'll work on it now. Put all your energy in. Line 647 from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow. I've worked on them all day and evening. Line 646 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. Me too. He's got to be ready to go. Line 645 from Melanie Boudreau to Lori Vallow. I know.
Is there anything else you want to review with the jury on why you included the text communication between Melanie Boudreau and Lori Vallow from October 14, 2019?
No.
Turning to text communication from October 19, 2019, why did you include these SMS messages from Lori for style?
These are messages to Lori Vallow informing her of Tammy Daybell's death while Lori Vallow was traveling in Hawaii.
Okay. And so at this point, Lori Vallow was in Hawaii. Do you know who she was in Hawaii with?
She was there with Melanie Boudreau initially, and then Audrey Baratario flew over and joined them some days after Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreau had arrived.
Okay. If you could please read into the record slide 84.
Line 541 from unknown individual to Lori Vallow. I'm not sure if you heard, but Chad's wife died last night. Line 540 from Lori Vallow to unknown individual. Oh my gosh, I did not hear that. I'm in Hawaii and it's 6 a.m. Line 539 from Lori Vallow to unknown individual. Do you know what happened? Line 538 from unknown individual to Lori Vallow. Yes, she awoke in the night coughing, threw up, collapsed, and passed away.
Why did you include this series of text communications specifically from the morning of October 19th?
Due to its relevance in the death of Tammy Daybell.
Okay. Did you have reason to believe that Lori had learned other ways, in another manner, of Tammy Daybell's death?
There's nothing in the iCloud to indicate that.
Okay. Let's turn to text communication from October 19th with Chad Daybell. Can you please read slides 85 into the record?
Yes. Line 532 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Not fun without you. Can you call me? Line 531 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. How are you doing is the question. Line 530 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I'm hanging in there. My parents are staying here and we are still getting visitors, but I will call you soon.
Why did you include these texts?
Subsequent to Tammy Daybell's death on October 19th, 2019, there's a flurry of text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that are insightful as to the nature of the relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow and their subsequent plans now that Tammy Daybell is dead.
Turning to slide 86, could you read that one into the record?
Yes. Line 528 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Percentage in body. Whole sore 24, Bucola 11, Grissone 14. Line 527 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Great job on lowering them. I loved talking with you. It is baby night, so come get me later. Line 526 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Missing you so much. I can feel you in bed with me, though. Can't wait to truly hold you tightly every day and night. Line 525 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I'm missing you more. I need you desperately. I can't wait.
So this text communication happens around just after midnight on the 20th through around 7 in the morning on October 20th, 2019, correct?
Yes.
Less than 24 hours after Tammy Daybell dies.
Roughly 24 hours, yes.
Okay. Any other significance to this particular slide?
No.
Okay. Moving towards the next series of communication from on the 20th, why did you include slide 87?
These are a continuation, this slide and probably the next two are a continuation of that text string between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Okay. Could you please read in slide 87 and then we'll move to 88 and 89.
Line 524 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Need you to hold me tight. That would be great. What about the idea of you coming here Thursday or Friday? Or do you want me to come home? Line 523 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Their apartment is haunted and we can't clear the place. So they are looking to move anyway, and I have the perfect place for them. I need to be here to get sorting the financial stuff, and I truly need your help. So please come home Thursday so we can spend the night together. Then, as soon as I have things under control, we can return. I seriously want you to look for a condo for us while you are there that we could return to at the first of the month.
And please read slide 88.
Line 518 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I want to get going full steam on the Lily workout plan. Tighten the abs, get a full body tan, grow my hair out. This could be really good for both of us. Line 517 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I love that plan. It's not soon enough, though. This is torture. Maybe you need to clear my mind so I can't remember how much I love you. Line 516 from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will try, but it feels like Raphael and Lily are together at about 100%. Not sure it will ever be lower again.
And if you could read slide 89.
Line 515 from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. That's true. I do feel you. I feel lovesick. I can't sleep. I don't want to eat. I just want you. It's so consuming. Line 514, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I know exactly how you feel. I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks.
And the I'm feeling sad, but it isn't for the reason everyone thinks was 8 in the morning on October 20th, 2019.
Correct.
In terms of those 3 slides in that text communication, is there anything else of significance you wish to cover?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Turning to slide 90. Why did you include this text communication between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell?
This short text string between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell is extremely important in that Lori Vallow expresses a concern to Chad Daybell regarding Alex Cox.
Can you please read into the record slide 90?
Line 482, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. I had a bad dream about Al. Make sure he is still him and protect him. Line 481, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. He would be the one they use to get to us both. All this alone time is not good for him. Line 479, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I will try to reach out to him later today. Line 471, from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. I just cleared all of Al's weapons, curses, and cords and filled him with malachite healing balm. I also put angels around him.
And if you could read slide 91.
This is a slide from the notes section of Lori for Style, line 161. Alex Cox, multiple creation, fourth creation exalted 9 times, sibling to me 2 times on fourth creation. Rose is exalted, married 3 times on fourth creation, and became eternal companions after fourth creation. His mission is to help Lori.
So the exchange between Lori and Chad about Alex, why did you include that specifically?
I included it because of the reference to Al and him being the one they would use to get to both Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
And the date of that exchange was October 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the date that Alex Cox passed away?
Oh, boy. December, I want to say December 12th, but I'm sorry, I can't recall that exact date.
That's okay. Early December, beginning of December.
December 2nd would be the next date that comes to my mind, but again, I can't recall clearly. I know it's December of 2019.
Fair enough. And so in October, there's a text communication about Al being the one that would get to them, correct?
That Al would be the one they use to get to us both.
Okay. Do you have any information about when did Alex Cox subsequently marry someone from this group?
Yes.
Okay. Who did he marry after this date?
Zulema Pastentes.
Okay. And then sometime towards the beginning or the first couple weeks of December, Alex Cox is dead.
Correct.
Okay. And then why did you include the notes section of Lori for Style on Alex Cox?
This contains some of the religious concepts that were pertinent to this investigation, but mainly for the last line, that his mission is to help Lori.
Okay. Now, when you say it relates to the religious concepts and specifically about Alex Cox's job to help Lori, what was that based on in terms of your review of the iCloud?
During the review of the iCloud, there's voluminous information regarding the religious beliefs of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow. And this is one note that contains references to some of those things.
Okay. And did you see through your review of the various iCloud accounts and emails and information in the iCloud accounts for Lori Vallow any sort of definition of Alex Cox's role in this religious group of friends?
One of the main references was that his mission in life was to protect and to help his sister Lori.
Okay. And within the communications of the iCloud that you reviewed, the communications between Lori and Chad and Alex and others, did you find any evidence that Alex believed that his mission was to help and protect Lori?
Yes.
Now, turning to slide 92. I see that it appears to be a text between Lori Vallow and Melanie Boudreau.
Correct.
Okay. Could you please read slide 92 into the record?
Line 175 from Lori Vallow to Melanie Boudreau. Will you do this job if your whole family turns against you? That is what the Lord has asked of us. Our glories will be worth it, and they will all shrink in our presence. It will be a sad day for those who choose to oppose us when we work for the Lord and are his valiant warriors. Be strong, my little one. We will be gone in a few.
Why did you include this particular text message to Melanie Boudreau in the iCloud summary?
I included this because it is illustrative of Lori Vallow's beliefs and a statement that she made to Melanie Boudreau, who was part of this group.
And what particular statement?
The entirety of the text, I believe, is her statement.
Okay. Is there anything else of significance for that particular text?
No.
Okay. Now, in your review of the iCloud, did you also see videos in the iCloud?
Hundreds of them.
Okay. And I think you've told us you saw videos and emails and documents, hundreds and if not thousands of documents.
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any documentation of a patriarchal blessing given to Alex Cox by Chad Daybell?
Yes, that was found in the iCloud.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be given State's Exhibit 50A, a courtesy copy of which has already been given the court.
All right. And is that, I think that's previously admitted?
That patriarchal blessing was the recording that was done, I believe, but 50 itself, 50A is the written copy from the iCloud. It should be admitted as part of 29, but we pulled that specific document out and gave it its own number, 50A.
All right. Would there be any objection to the admission of 50A that's being offered?
Yes, Your Honor, it's cumulative.
Response?
Your Honor, it is not cumulative. A recording was played for the jury. The written copy found in the iCloud has not been provided.
All right. If considered Rule 403, do not find it's needlessly cumulative, so it can be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May the witness be shown it?
Yes.
Thank you. Just so that he can look at it. Thank you, sir. Okay. 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 Did you get a chance to look at it?
Yes.
That's a copy of the patriarchal blessing you found in the iCloud?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you review this document?
I have, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of what a patriarchal blessing is?
I am, yes.
What is a patriarchal blessing?
In the LDS faith, it's a blessing that faithful members receive at one point in their life to provide a spiritual guide for them.
Okay. And this has already been read into the record, so I'm not gonna ask the witness to do that again. But who is allowed to give a patriarchal blessing within the LDS faith?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't think he has the proper foundation to be able to say that.
If you know, Do you know who's allowed to give a patriarchal blessing within the LDS Church?
I do.
Who is allowed?
Again, Judge, I don't think he has a proper foundation to discuss.
He needs to explain how that foundation is if he's going to testify to that fact.
How do you know who's allowed to give a patriarchal blessing within the LDS Church?
I am familiar with this process and who is called within the church to give these blessings.
Okay. And have you also researched and looked into some of those processes and procedures?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, who's allowed to give a patriarchal blessing?
Again, Judge, I'm going to object. I don't think he has the credentials to talk about this.
Well, he just laid a foundation that's adequate for the court to consider, so I'll overrule the objection at this point.
Thank you.
Within each geographic stake in the LDS faith, there is one individual who is called to be a patriarch. That one individual is the person who administers these blessings.
Okay. And did you find any evidence in your review of the iCloud and any of the evidence or any of the interviews or the temple records from the LDS Church that Chad Daybell was authorized by the LDS Church to give a patriarchal blessing?
No.
Okay. Now, that patriarchal blessing in States Exhibit 58A is a written patriarchal blessing from who?
It states from Patriarch Chad Daybell.
Okay. To whom?
Alexander Lamar Cox.
Okay. What, if any, significance did States Exhibits 50A have to you in context of your review of the iCloud and the evidence as a whole?
There were a couple of phrases that were used during this blessing as it relates to Alex Cox's mission to protect Lori Vallow, and a few other lines that indicated things that Alex Cox had done that I believed were pertinent to this investigation.
What lines are those?
In the third paragraph of the patriarchal blessing, about halfway down, it states, "Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. You helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond with her even from the premortal world. You connected there, and as she grew in power, you were right there beside her, always with a humble heart."
Why was that significant to you?
Alex Cox was part of this group. He was close to Chad Daybell and close to Lori Vallow. And Lori Vallow had made statements to Chad Daybell in text messages that Alex Cox would be the one they would use to get to both Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Objection, Your Honor. I think that misstates what was actually written in the text.
I'll overrule that objection.
And so in context of the investigation, why did those things matter?
In the totality of the investigation, Alex Cox had a role in the events that took place.
And was there additional information in the next paragraph, paragraph 4?
Yes.
What information stood out to you?
In the last sentence it states, "You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid, but you will continue to do so as you move forward in this life."
Okay. Why did that particular statement stick out to you in context of your review of the iCloud and all of the evidence?
It is a direct reference by Chad Daybell regarding Alexander Cox, stating that he has assisted them in ways that can, quote, never be repaid.
Okay. And in that document, did there appear to be any evidence of forgiveness or dispensation of grace?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
That's in the 6th paragraph. there's a sentence which states, throughout adulthood you have refined yourself, and I want you to know that the Savior is saying to you at this time, well done, thy soul is cleansed, and all is well.
Is there anything else about the patriarchal blessing that stuck out to you in terms of the investigation and its connection to the iCloud?
Just one more sentence in the next paragraph.
Which is?
It states, you will be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you will now move forward as a true warrior, not only through physical action, but through spiritual power that will be bestowed upon you.
And why did that stand out to you?
The reference to physical action.
Now, you've mentioned several texts about the Lori, the relationship between Chad and Lori. Did that result in multiple efforts to follow up on that relationship and its connections to the crimes against Tylee, JJ, and Tammy?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned several texts and communications and emails reflecting a need for money or a monetary value. Did that communication about money and need for money and life insurance money have any significance for investigative follow-up?
It did.
And did officers take those steps?
Yes.
You also mentioned that the electronic data and the evidence that you possessed and researched reflected a relationship and perhaps an agreement between Alex, Chad, and Lori. Why was that significant to you in terms of the investigation and items and directives you gave? That was a long question. If you need me to rephrase, I can.
Do that one again.
You indicated, based on your review of the electronic information in the iCloud and instructions you gave to others, that the evidence of a relationship or an agreement between Alex and Chad and Lori was significant.
Correct.
Why?
Well, from the beginning, it was clear that the relationship between, the romantic relationship between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow was the driving force behind the crimes that are alleged to have taken place. And Alex Cox had a role in assisting for those things to happen.
Okay. You also discussed that there were several messages or planning for the future. Any idea how many?
Several.
Okay. Why is the presence in the defendant's own words of planning for the future or wanting to be together, why is that significant in terms of the investigative efforts you directed?
Because it's evidence that's directly generated by Lori Vallow.
Okay. Now, you've talked about various items. Were there other items in the iCloud reflecting anything that had been deleted? Was there evidence of items deleted but not gone in either Lolly Time or Lori for Style?
Yes, there are deleted texts, meaning deleted off of the device, off of the phone, but they're present in the iCloud.
Okay. Did some of those chats or items in the deleted section include chats or attempted chats with Kay Woodcock?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did some of the deleted information include deleted chats with Kay Woodcock?
I'm not sure if they were deleted or not. There were messages from Kay Woodcock to Lori Vallow regarding wanting to FaceTime JJ or to have JJ attend Charles Vallow's funeral service, but I don't know if those were deleted.
Okay. Did you see any evidence that Lori had responded to any of those?
No.
Okay. Now, prior to September 8th of 2019, did you see instances of Tylee Ryan, a teenager, texting or communicating with her mother?
Yes.
Okay. After September 8th of 2019, did you see any evidence of texting or communication between Chad and Lori?
Between Chad and Lori?
I'm sorry, Tylee and Lori.
No.
Okay. Let's talk about other things to see whether they were there or they were missing. Prior to September 18th, did Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts reflect pictures of the children?
Yes.
Did they reflect emails of or about the children?
Some.
Okay. Did they reflect messages of the children?
There were a lot of messages about the day-to-day activities, primarily JJ, to a lesser amount Tylee, but yes, those were present.
And prior to September of 2019, were there videos of the children?
Yes.
Okay. After September 8th of 2019, did you see evidence of the Tylee, either through pictures, emails, messages, or videos?
Nothing after September 8th.
Okay. What about, as to JJ, what about after September 22nd, or the morning of the 23rd? Did you see any evidence of JJ in the pictures, the emails, the messages, the videos?
No.
Okay. Was that a stark contrast to what was before September?
Yes, very stark.
Okay. Now, in your review of the iCloud, that winter and spring of 2019, did you see any messaging about Lori attempting to just divorce Charles?
No, there were a total of 2 text messages regarding a divorce between Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow. The first was in February of 2019 and was a message from Lori Vallow's bishop indicating Charles Vallow was going to serve her with divorce papers. And the second message was from Charles Vallow to Lori Vallow on June 29th, 2019, indicating he intended to divorce Lori Vallow. Both of those messages were from other people to Lori Vallow regarding a possible divorce.
Okay. Did you see any evidence in any of Lori's information or the search history or the text messages or the messaging that Lori searched for a divorce attorney?
No.
I want to object as to this is 404B.
Give me just a minute to think about that objection, counsel. Which part? We've already had some testimony come in, Mr. Thomas, and without going too much into a speaking objection, what in particular about that question you think relates to 404B?
Anything about the divorce? It has nothing to do with anything that we're dealing with today. And under 403, I would also object.
Response.
Your Honor, the state's evidence has shown that there was, throughout the different charged conspiracies, there was a motive, a consistent motive running throughout them that Lori Vallow needed her spouse gone, but not divorced.
Okay, and Ms. Smith, just in generalities for the
Right. It
ruling.
reflects motive, intent, absence of mistake to commit the crimes that she's charged with.
All right, counsel, could I have a quick sidebar? All right, counsel, I considered the ruling, had a brief sidebar there. I've considered the ruling under both Rules of Evidence 403 and 404B. I'll overrule the objection on 404B, finding that wouldn't apply in this particular instance. In 403, I've considered that rule as well and will overrule the objection on relevance grounds, so the witness can answer that question. If we could perhaps have it read back into the record, Madam Reporter.
Did you see any evidence in any of Lori's information or the search history or the text messages or the messaging that
No, I did not.
Okay. Your Honor, I have probably 10 or 15 more minutes. Do we want to take our break now?
I think so.
Okay.
Why don't we do that? We'll go ahead and take the mid-afternoon break and resume here 20 till or quarter till.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Could I have the jurors brought back, please?
All rise, please. Jurors all present account for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record after the afternoon break. KCR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. The jurors are all present and properly seated. Ms. Smith, if you'd like to continue with your direct examination, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent, a couple quick questions. In the multiple email messages, data review, iCloud accounts that you looked at about, with the messages referencing JJ, Tylee, and Tammy being dark and having death percentages at 0, did you ever see an objection from Lori Vallow?
No.
Did you ever see anything other than Lori Vallow aiding and encouraging that conversation?
No.
Now, turning towards what you outlined a bit last week, it's my understanding that law enforcement and the FBI brought a tremendous amount of resources to bear on this investigation.
Yes.
From November of 2009 2019 to June of 2020, did the FBI and law enforcement ever stop looking for JJ and Tylee?
No.
Why not?
That is the posture that you have to take in a missing child case, that you always hope for the best outcome and work as tirelessly as possible until the case is resolved.
Okay. And in this situation, looking at all of the messaging and communication that Lori Vallow had, did you ever see any evidence that JJ Vallow was alive after September of 2019?
No.
Did you ever see any evidence that Lori was looking for him or trying to support him or help him after September 22nd, 2019?
No.
As for Tylee, did you ever see after September 8th of 2019 in any of her email accounts, any of the information, her text message, that Lori Vallow was looking for her?
No.
Did you ever find any evidence that Lori Vallow had that Tylee was alive after September 8th of 2019?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Thomas, will you be doing cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Thomas, you can inquire.
Thank you. Just a little while ago, we were talking about patriarchal blessings, and you indicated that you didn't find any evidence that Chad was able to give a patriarchal blessing. Is that a true statement?
Yes.
Okay. What evidence were you looking for?
That he would hold that calling in the LDS faith.
Okay. And so did you contact church headquarters about that?
I did not.
Did you contact his bishop about that?
I know we had
Did you?
contact.
No, that's just a yes or no question.
Okay, no.
Okay. Did you contact, so you didn't talk to his bishop, you didn't talk to church headquarters. Did you talk to any of the 70 or anybody in authority with regards to him being a patriarch?
Me personally, no, I did not.
Okay. So when the state asked you if you found any evidence that Chad was able to give a patriarchal blessing, and you said no, you really didn't do any research on that, right?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. Explain that.
We knew from the
Who's
context.
we?
I knew.
Objection, Your Honor. May the witness be allowed to answer his question?
Well,
He cut him off.
It's overruled because he started with we, and I think that's worth clarifying. So, Mr. Thomas, you can continue.
Who is we?
I'll clarify. I knew from the investigation that Chad Daybell was called as a ward clerk. His calling in the LDS faith was not that of a patriarch.
Okay. Who did you speak to about that?
I didn't speak to anybody about it. It was contained in conversations and interviews and other investigative efforts that took place.
So you didn't talk to anybody with regards to him being a patriarch. You just made that assumption.
Objection, compound question.
Overruled.
Based on the totality of the investigation, to my knowledge, Chad Daybell is not a patriarch.
Okay. I'm going to ask that that be stricken. That's non-responsive to the question.
Well, that's overruled. It was the response he gave.
The state asked you if there were any videos of Lori Vallow's Lori for Style and Lori Time at iCloud.com. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that there were hundreds of videos.
Yes.
The only videos that were played today was one short video, correct?
2 short videos.
2 short videos, one of JJ and one of Tylee?
Correct.
All right. There were lots of videos of Lori singing with her children, correct?
Yes.
Lots of videos of her playing on the beach with her children, correct?
Yes.
Lots of videos of her interacting in totally normal ways with her children, right?
Yes.
Okay. None of those were shown today?
Correct.
Okay. On page 2 of the 92-page summary that you did, line 2585 says, from Lori Vallow to Audrey Baratario. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Audrey. This is Lori. I would love to talk to you sometime. Text me or call me. I'm excited to be able to talk to you about what we both know. You recall that?
I do.
All right. So what was the relationship between Audrey and Chad?
Audrey met Chad in the fall of 2018, and she viewed Chad as a spiritual advisor, someone that she looked up to for spiritual guidance.
The leader?
Yes.
Okay. Chad had a number of women that he talked to over text or over the phone. Is that correct?
A small number, yes.
Small number, okay. Melanie Gibbs, she was one of those?
Yes.
Okay. Melanie Boudreau, she was one of those?
Correct.
Okay. Anybody else?
There was a reference to Julie Rowe, but I don't recall that I saw specific messages between Chad and Julie Rowe.
What about Zulema Pastines?
Yes.
She was also in the group?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, there were a number of women that were in the group with Chad, right? He was kind of the leader of this group.
Along with Lori, yes.
Okay. You went over a number of texts in here, and I'm not going to go through them because, well, we don't have the time. Not every text was about the affair that Lori was having with Chad, right?
Correct.
There were a lot of normal texts, right?
Between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
On Lori for Style or the Lolly Time at iCloud. I mean, there were just a lot of normal texts on there, right?
Could you clarify between which parties?
Sure. There were texts about Lori doing normal mom stuff, right, to various people.
Yes.
Okay. There were texts about Lori talking to her friends just about her day, right?
Yes.
Okay. There were texts about Lori taking her kids to school.
Yes.
Texts about Lori taking JJ or Tylee to doctor's appointments.
Yes.
Texts about Lori giving them fast food or going out to restaurants.
Yes.
There were texts about the nuances or the ins and outs of life, like paying bills, those kinds of things.
Correct.
Okay. And based on your review of the text as a whole, as the state has indicated, you reviewed all these texts or a large number of these texts. Isn't it true that Lori was, for all intents and purposes, a pretty good mother?
With the exception of what happened to her children, yes.
All right. And based on your review of the text as a whole, Lori seemed to have led a pretty normal life until she met Chad Daybell. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. In your review of the totality of these records that you reviewed, did it ever come up what Lori's prior Wi-Fi passwords have been over the last 13 years. Prior to 2019, the 13 years prior.
I have a vague recollection of some exchanges between Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow as they moved residences along that line, but I could not tell you what those passwords were.
Would it surprise you if I told you that Lori's go-to password was the number 5, kids, and the number 4, ever? 5
Objection,
kids
Your Honor.
forever.
Assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
That could certainly be the case.
Okay. You don't recall seeing that ever come up in any text or anything?
Off the top of my head, I'm sorry, I can't remember. I may have seen that in my review of the iCloud. I don't recall specifically if I have or not.
Okay. On the particular day that you indicate where Alex sent Lori a text about setting up her new password, is it possible that Lori was busy doing other things and that Alex was there to set up the password and he couldn't remember the 5 kids forever password, and he told the guy who set it up that it was just too many kids? Is that possible?
Objection calls for speculation.
That's sustained.
Did you, in your review, find anything to support your theory that too many kids meant that Lori had too many children, as in Tylee and JJ were too many?
No, the password stands alone.
Okay. Do you know who Nathan Pacheco is?
I do not.
Okay. On page 49 of your text, so you didn't do any research as to who Nathan Pacheco is?
I didn't.
You didn't Google him?
No.
Would it surprise you to know that he's a fairly famous religious singer?
I wouldn't doubt that.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that that Lori had a crush on him?
Judge, I'm going to object to this. It calls for speculation, relevance.
Well, it's contained within texts that were read into the record, so the relevance objection's overruled, and I'll allow some latitude there as it needs to be relevant.
Sure.
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. So it's possible that Lori and Chad's exchange about, because this was an abnormal exchange, right, where Chad acquiesces to Lori's death percentage or whatever, what have you, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So this was an aberration of what normally happens.
Yes.
Chad normally says, this person is light, this person is dark, this is the number, and everybody just kind of goes along with it.
That's right.
All right. So if Lori had a crush on this guy and was joking with Chad about, hey, I think he's light, and Chad's joking with her about, I think he's dark, that would make more sense. That would put it into context, right?
Objection calls for speculation. Defense counsel is attempting to testify.
I'll sustain that.
Okay. But in your review of these 100,000 or so records, I don't know how many you said that you've reviewed, there was not another time where Chad would give some type of a death percentage, and then Lori would override him that you can remember.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever hear any references to anybody named Ira and Ralph?
Yes.
Okay. And did you research who Ira and Ralph might be?
I believe that Ira was the name of another entity that supposedly was in Charles Vallow's body. Ralph, again, I believe is a name of another entity, and I'm sorry I can't recall who Ralph was attached to.
Okay. You ever watch Romancing the Stone? You ever seen that movie?
With Kirk Douglas?
Yeah.
Or Michael Douglas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would it surprise you to know that is just a reference to the Romancing the Stone people?
Judge, I'm going to object. There's facts, not assumes facts and not evidence, relevance.
If I may respond, Judge.
Go ahead.
He's testified that he's reviewed all these records. He's seen Ira and Ralph come up a number of times. And I'm just asking if he knew the reference, if he actually did any research on it.
I'll allow that for that purpose.
Thank you. Did you do any research on it?
Well, that's a difficult proposition because these are names that Chad Daybell is assigning to these individuals. I don't know how I would do research on the name Ira or Ralph outside of the context of the case.
So no. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Very good. So on page 51 of your summary, you indicate that JJ was talking crazy and that he was saying crazy stuff. You recall that?
Yes.
He was at a 0. And so my question is, what happens when a person reaches a 0 percentage?
According to the case, that means that they're ready for death.
They're ready for death, or they're dead, or they're what?
Well, clearly at that particular point in time, JJ wasn't dead, but within 6 weeks he was.
So basically, you also testified that depending on your scale or depending on how you want to look at it, they could be either 100 or 0, and those percentages would be towards death, right?
Judge, I'm going to object is vague. It's not his scale. And
He testified. I apologize.
Sorry, and
it's a compound question and states facts, not in evidence, and it's confusing.
I don't believe it states facts not in evidence. That did come out, but it is a compound question. And Mr. Thomas, if you'd specify what the scale is you're talking about again.
Very good.
In other words, clarify it's not the witness's scale.
Right. Page 20, line 2660. Let's turn to it.
And I apologize, counsel, which email address, 2660?
It's on slide number 20. It's line number 2660. So I'll just read it to you. Text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Quote, she is at 0.13. I turned up the pain to 10 and placed a spiritual virus in her. He is at 99.99. Raphael visited him and told him to follow Amy into the light. I also assured him that James would love and take care of his mommy, which he will with all of his heart and soul. Do you recall that?
I do.
You wrote that or you copied that from a text?
I cut and pasted from the iCloud, yes.
All right, and you testified today that either being low percentage or a high percentage could mean death. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
All right. So basically, isn't it your understanding that you really don't have an understanding about what's going on here as far as these percentages go?
I disagree. I think that Chad Daybell's writings were inconsistent, but it's clear that he designated JJ and Tylee and Tammy Daybell as he had them in his death percentages, and all three of those individuals ended up dead.
Okay. It's not possible that this was all about fantasy, that it's more of a Dungeons and Dragons, pull out your 64-sided dice type of thing. Is that possible?
Absent the three people being killed, perhaps.
Okay. All right. So on page 24, I'm sorry, page 23. Page 23, there's some talk about using swords of light to cut through someone's aura. That's not real, right?
I don't think it's real.
It's fantasy.
Yes.
All right. On page 17, line 2706, it reads, from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell, I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I'm not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Who did you think he changed it to, Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ, right? You remember that?
Yes.
And this is from Lori to Chad. Her main concern was that Charles had left nothing for JJ, her son, correct?
That's what she states.
All right. On page 22, line 2603, this is from Chad to Lori. Quote, this trip to Utah had a lot of finality to it. I was told extreme changes are coming from me and to Utah. I welcome them both. This was on July the 18th, 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. What types of changes were coming to the state of Utah?
I have no idea.
You didn't look into that?
That's a statement from Chad Daybell, in my opinion, as his position as a revelator. So I'm not privy to, he predicted earthquakes in Utah and other things.
And did they happen?
Did Chad Daybell's revelations come to pass?
Right.
Not in my opinion.
Okay. So it was all fantasy. Correct?
Not everything was fantasy.
Okay. On page 34, line 2043, this is from Lori Vallow to Chad Daybell. Quote, from Mel B, semicolon, or I'm sorry, colon, from Father, my sweet daughter, you have done well. I am very pleased. You have been prepared for every moment and surrounded by those who love you. And then it goes on. And you indicate that Father, in that particular context, you thought was Chad Daybell. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. It's not possible that Melanie Boudreau got her own revelation from God or Heavenly Father?
I think in the line that follows, Lori makes a reference to Chad that was a sweet message. Can you tell me the next line?
That's a very nice message Mel B received from Lori to Chad.
Right.
So you think that the message was from Chad to Melanie Boudreau?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any evidence of that?
Only that Melanie Boudreau frequently referred to Chad Daybell as Dad or her father.
Okay. Okay. On page 41 of your summary, you make reference to a chart. I'll just read it to you. Line 1774. This is on July the 30th, 2019. Text from Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow. Yes, we might need to release a little steam when we talk. Anyway, this is the chart that checks what percentage mortals are still in their body. It worked for my friend's wife who died, my neighbor, George Bush, Stan Lee, etc. So, did you recover the chart?
I did not. I looked for it extensively and could not find it.
Okay. Did you ask any other agents to look for the chart?
Yes,
And nobody could find the chart?
nobody could find the chart.
So it was probably just something that he made up, some fantasy.
I don't know if it's that or if it just didn't attach to the message.
Okay. On page 47 and 48, you indicated in your testimony that Chad Daybell used religious concepts to manipulate others. Is that correct?
Yes,
What did you mean by that?
Chad Daybell purported himself to be a visionary man who could discern light and dark spirits. He claimed to receive revelations, and he would use those things to his own selfish purposes.
To manipulate a lot of people,
Yes,
including Lori Daybell.
at times.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, Judge, briefly. Defense counsel asked you about Chad Daybell manipulating people. The last few questions, do you recall those?
Yes,
Okay. Was there evidence that Lori Vallow manipulated Chad Daybell?
yes,
Was there evidence that Lori Vallow manipulated Alex Cox?
yes,
And defense counsel asked you about fantasy versus fiction or fantasy versus reality. Do you remember those questions?
yes.
For Alex Cox, in your review of all of the evidence, including the iCloud, did Alex Cox believe the religious information given him by Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Did Alex Cox act on the religious information provided to him by Lori Vallow?
how do you mean?
Did he move up to Rexburg?
Yes,
Did he move near his sister?
yes,
Did Alex Cox believe the information given to him by Chad and Lori that he was Lori's protector?
yes,
Okay. Now, defense counsel asked you about a bunch of women, some of whom we've heard from, some of whom we haven't. Did you remember those lines of question?
yes.
How many of those women had their children dead and buried in Chad Daybell's backyard?
None.
Nothing further.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony of this witness then. Counsel, given the time, I'll suggest we go ahead and break for the day. Is the state going to be prepared to call another witness in the morning?
Yes, Judge. May this witness be excused?
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Agent, for testifying. You can be excused from any subpoena.